All right, time being 9:05, call the meeting to order. On closed conflict of interest. Hearing none, we'll move on right into the agenda, and I guess we'll turn that right over to the finance department and take us through a budget for the.
Okay, yeah, so good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming, and I've got a short presentation that basically provides some context for the budget. And oh, there we go. There we go. I'll pause while we transition from acting mayor to full-time mayor.
Started a phone call.
Okay, all right, so yeah, so that's some context. So basically, staff prepared the budget for 2026. And we went through expenditures. I did a trend analysis from 2023 to date for all the accounts. I went through last year's budget line by line, looked at what we had said and what we had spent. Then the different managers came forward with new project priorities that they may have. We also looked at asset management plan and the building condition assessments and all of that stuff in order to set some I guess context into where we are. And so we'll go forward. So 2026, I received an initial assessed number from MPAC. It's a 957 million. It's about a 1% increase. I did meet with MPAC last week, and the numbers actually may going to be a little bit higher. They closed out some properties, so we're looking at potentially 1.66% increase in the assessment value. Now, how that translates in terms of tax that's we don't know the answer yet, because they haven't broken it down, because you know, if it's a 1.6% increase in commercial and industrial, that has a bigger impact than a 1.6% in farm or other properties. So anyways, so as you can see, the majority of our assessment is residential, about 80%. And then we have some small amounts. We're lucky compared to other small municipalities out here. Our commercial and industrial are close to almost 9%. And we do have a large farm component at 6.5%. So like I said, so we're looking at like a 1.66% increase in assessment next year. So that'll have some impact, but like I said, I won't know until I get the numbers, which should be the first week of December. So, okay. So if we looked at, we do some benchmarking, compare ourselves to across the area, you'll see is our taxable assessment. So on a per, so this is the assessment divided by the number of houses and population from the FIR. These are 2023 numbers, although the per house and per person won't change between 2023, 24, 25, because we use StatsCan numbers. So anyway, so if we took the assessment, we're looking at we got about the second highest assessment per house. Shunyi is a little bit higher, but and then the other ones are below us. So one thing, if you look at it per person, you'll see we actually drop down not quite a bit, but we drop lower, and that's because Shunya and Neming have a lot of properties that don't have residents attached to them, primary residences. And we also actually have interesting tidbit, we actually have the largest number of people per house in the region. So that must be all the farmers having kids.
Family.
Family community, so. So we average 2.29, where I think the next one is about around 2. Most of them are below 2. So anyways, but
Makes sense when you compare to something like Shania.
yeah.
Okay.
Property. Okay. So if we looked at property taxes, this is our total property tax collected from all sources. So it includes the industrial, residential portion, that type of stuff. And we divide it by the number of households. You'll see within Thunder Bay District, the city of Thunder Bay is higher, which again makes sense because they do have larger industrial properties. Bombardier, what are they, Domtar, Resolute, whatever they're. But we're still got pretty healthy property tax collection, and this helps us because we have, like I said, we have about 9% that's either commercial or industrial, and commercial industrial in Shunian and Ewing are much smaller. Okay. And one of the interesting things is so we took the municipal revenue, all revenue from all sources, so that includes grants and transfers from the province and the federal government. We are fairly comparable with the district, but compared to some of the other municipalities the same size, Dryden, Sioux Lookout, Fort Francis, they're much higher. And obviously, again, the city of Thunder Bay is much higher. So.
But would that also include, like municipal fees, water fees?
Yeah.
Stuff, so all that.
All
Which
revenue.
would make some sense.
Yeah, so this kind of gives us a better breakdown. So if we've looked at a revenue sourcing, so this is property taxes versus other sources. So you can see again, so property taxes that we collect, we're pretty consistent. It's just that some of the other municipalities, get have better funding models. So I guess the lack of better, so you can see that.
Other revenues.
Other revenues, like I said, provincial grants, federal grants, all investment income, all other revenue.
But once again, this is based on all the revenue coming in divided per house.
Per house, yeah.
So it's, because of the danger of having a chart like this is, a resident could look at this and say, wow, we're paying more taxes. That's not
Right.
necessarily per resident.
Yeah. Okay. And then so we just again took a look, so we took the revenue. And then so we took a look at the our expenditures, total expenses are after adjustments. From all per resident. I broke this one down per resident rather than household, because a lot of the expenses are independent of number of households. Right, the social services and stuff, they're more resident based, so I use per resident as the benchmark here. Again, you can see, like I said, we're right in line with all of the communities around us. And again, Thunder Bay, I put Thunder Bay on, but I mean, they're a little bit, they're a little bit of an outlier because they have so much. Okay. So like I said, so across the district, Thunder Bay does skew the district a little bit, but we're, like I said, we're right in line with the rest of the municipalities. Okay. All right, and then this is an interesting one. So if you're looking at the grants per household from the province, our OMPF is lower than I mean, not a lot lower, but still it's it's a little bit lower than anywhere else in the region. And also generally speaking, our the Ontario grants we receive. The Ontario grants is a little bit of a hard one because if you have a really large NOHFC project or something that comes in that year in 2023, that may skew your numbers a little bit, but you know, but it does include all the other grants outside of ONPS, so. Like I said, so,
We should be looking at furthering the opportunity for grants that are available.
I would suggest that's a good strategy all the time. We slide. Well, again, you know, it depends, like I said, depends on eligibility and all that. Some grants we're eligible for, some are not. Like, we applied for that infrastructure and community infrastructure. For our arena project, but we didn't get it, but other municipalities did within the district got it, right? So. If we applied, we did the best we could. You know, we applied for the Hughes, the water one. Yeah, so we weren't successful, but you know, I think probably City of Thunder Bay was, but I suspect nobody else in none of the other small municipalities were. Dryden, Fort Francis, you know, they may have been successful, some of those, but I guess I just put it out there as. And then the other one is CCBF, which is the federal one, and this is per household. Again, this one can be misleading because it's based on the CCBF you recognize in the year. So that's how much, so the community, you're allowed to, you don't have to spend the money right away. You're allowed to pool it for a larger project. So for example, Needing may have pooled, you know, several years of the community building funds and then just use it on a project in 2023, where we tend to, if possible, use it. Get it. One of the things that came out at the MFOA meeting that we had was apparently the federal government is quite upset about the amount of CCBF money that's in reserves across the province. So the response was don't come to us asking for money if you're not spending the money we give you. But the problem with CCBF, to be honest, is it's too small to do anything meaningful in a single year. Right? So, you know, if you've got, you know, whatever, if we wanted to redo River Road, right? Well, if we wanted to save our CCBF money, it would like 10 years, right? With the CCBF calculations to do that, right? So we're fortunate, or not fortunate maybe, but we have enough projects every year that we can do it. So where some of the other municipalities, they don't have the continuous program that we. Okay. Well, that's the CCBF. Also, another thing looking at is user fees. So this is quite interesting. I'm not sure where I live in the city of Thunder Bay. So not only do I pay really high property taxes, apparently I pay really high user fees. But that would include obviously things like water, those type of things, that sewer, that type of stuff. Also, you know, I'm not sure how that, like arena rentals, that kind of stuff, I think would get pulled in here. One of the problems is you don't know how every municipality breaks out individual line items in their budget, which one it goes to. But generally speaking, you can see our user fees were low, or consistent with the rest of the municipalities. And for us, we do include actually arena rental is in here. So ice rentals are considered user, so they're in there. So that would be explaining why we're higher than you junior, because you don't have an arena. And then another one, just thought, because we're going to be gonna see a radical shift in this line starting next year. We're gonna move from kind of the average to the top. So this is interest and investment earned per household. So It said, so this is, it's 2023. We would be relatively the same in 2024, 25. And hopefully, like I said, starting 2026. We'll see a shift. So. I wouldn't want to be economy in because that tells you they don't have any money. They only set aside in reserves for a rainy day, so. All right. So we reviewed our kind of our different benchmarked our different revenue sources. And so based on the on the proposed budget, our total revenue required is 32 million. And on the right side of the screen, you see a breakdown of where that money is coming from. So, and as the way we have it, we're looking at getting our money from our tax levy would be about 24.5 million. There's possibilities of increasing maybe some of the other ones. So I broke down ours out a little bit more detail than those ones. So like I have the Hall and Arena bookings separate from user fees. But this is a quick.
What's in the property rental?
We've got the South Garage, the bell towers. I don't know, so let me see what else. Okay. So I guess here's the short of it. So the increase in tax levy is driven by the inclusion of large capital projects. So operating revenues were particularly flat. Or actually a little bit lower compared to 5. We're seeing an external grants. So Nords is done this year. So we don't get any Nords money this year.
Or
So-
like for 26?
26. First money come 26. So we used all the money in 2025 on the Twin City Crossroads project. So for the most part, our NOHFC project is wrapping up. We'll still get some money in from the Zamboni. I believe it's scheduled to arrive in the next couple of weeks. And then we'll submit the bill to NOHFC. So I expect that money will actually come in 2026. The budget does have some NOHFC projects. We can talk about those when we start going line. But this is where we were at the high level. The impact, like I said, so the latest update is a 1.66% assessment growth. So that's that's higher than the 1.02 that they originally estimated. And it's possible it might be even a little bit higher when we get to December, depending on what they're able to get through the last couple of weeks, last week or so, before they close it off. We're looking at having to fund a larger share of these projects through borrowing or through the levy. Now, I do not have any new borrowing in this budget, so it's through the levy. Now we can discuss that if we want to, or when we go through line by line, but I don't have borrowing in there. So when we're looking at the tax rate, basically just a rule of thumb, a 1% tax increase is $100,000 in revenue is a 1% tax increase. So that's just easy numbers for you guys when we're doing this. Right? So when we're going through and we're looking at different items, like I said, so you say, okay, this is a it's 1%. Okay. Right. Okay. So what's the levy? So like I said, so the original draft levy is 24 million, which is an increase of 14 million compared to 14.5 million compared to 2025. So, this is just a summary. So our 2025 levy was 9.8 million. After the growth gave us 100, just over 100,000. So we need to fund 14.4 after growth through the levy increase. And so that, like I said, gives us a total increase. I did just put a little footnote on here. That without Hearthstone, the levy would be 52.
We're done here.
Because I believe that was, I think Councillor Best called me up and said. Okay, all right, so what does this mean if we do go for, I don't, I mean, I have to put it on. But I don't think we're going, this is it going to be the end result? So if we do the increase, the average, say $400,000 home. In maybe even if I look at the $200,000 property and
Better look at the other way.
Yeah.
The way
Six.
I'll drive you now.
is increases by $3,000 or $260 a month. And if you're living in one of the bigger homes, you know, if you're living on Bolter, probably looking at $800 a month increase.
And this is residential?
This is residential, yeah. Okay. So there's a residential, like I said, I don't have to, I mean, I gotta put it on, but I think we all know what I'm looking at 46. Okay, so, but if we looked at the residential municipal tax rate in 2025, you can see where we sit compared to everyone else. Right now, we're at 0.0122, which is, you know, like I said, is favorable to the municipalities around us. If we do the 146, we kind of move down. You can see us all over Mapuche 2026. So, but on the bright side is we would still be lower than Marathon. So if the residents complain about the 146% tax increase, say, thank God you don't live in Marathon. So anyway, so that's where we would end up there.
John, the only thing, Marathon does depend on 2025 and mill and all that, so that just killed them down at the end of that, was a total income for the year.
Yeah.
So we put that back in there, that would change that number an awful lot.
Yeah, and they actually have some projects going forward there, so you never, but yeah. So these are snapshots in time, right? So they are subject to change. But I think the good thing, I mean, like, for some of these things, like I benchmark us against the city of Thunder Bay, right? When we talk about residential property taxes, right, we compare ourselves to the city of Thunder Bay. We don't offer all of the same services as the city does, but when people look at moving out here, right, building a home out here, they want to compare us to what Thunder Bay is, because we're so close and offer almost all the service. Yeah, Thunder Bay. But you get from looking
Compare that, and then you gotta take that $600 off for other services, which is sidewalks and sewer and
Yeah.
all that.
Yeah.
So to be comparable for level to levy, I mean,
Yeah.
if you don't, and then of course it makes you look good. But
But we're not all, it's not really true from what you're saying, because you definitely gotta remove that other services, because we don't provide that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have sidewalks or sewer where I live. I got the world's most expensive garbage collection. So it's the way I look at it, because it's the only city service I get. Anyways, so we go back, remember the benchmarking, we do a property tax collected or house. If we do go forward, we're number one here. Again, I don't think we're really, they're gonna do that, but this would drive us, up to the top.
Isn't it our goal to be number one?
Yeah, I thought it was ours, be no worse than anyone else. So, so that kind of covers the revenue, side of it. And, so right now, so we got the expenses. So operating expenses, there's an increase, around 700,000. Which is about, a 7% increase. Again, we go through these, like, we'll go through the budget line by line like we've done in the past, but just as a higher level. Obviously, the 14 million is driven by the increase in capital. The budget went from 20.9, or sorry, 7.5 to 20.9, which is 180% increase in capital, and the total is 79%. Okay, all right. So, if we looked at, again, we go back to recall the previous benchmark, and so if we put the 2026 plan in, our expenditure per resident moves from about 2,000 up to about 5,000. Which puts us, comparable to Thunder Bay. So. Anyway, so like I said, this is just, but, okay. So here's kind of the 2026 capital budget summary, right? Yeah, high level. So, the total is 20.989 million. You can see the largest driver is Hearthstone Bridge. There's about 9.3 million. Norwest Arena, it's about 2.4 million in upgrades and stuff. Large part of it is based on an NOHSC grant. The fire department had about 1.6 million in rolling stock, and about $500,000 in station repairs, upgrades, and building work. So, okay, so it's a 13.5 million increase. It's like I said, and I mean, so you got some small ones like the cemeteries. We'll get some minor ones, and then like I said, sorted to the bottom, like I said, even the largest. But okay, so how do we come up with such a large number, you might say? And some might be asking themselves. So, well, part of it is the asset management plan, right? So, we kind of need to be looking at a long-term financial strategy, right? So the whole purpose of writing this asset management plan and doing all this work is to move away from a year-to-year approach, where the numbers are up and down, and moving into a long-term idea where we have goals and we plan it out with what we want to achieve, right? So the problem being, like I said, is if we've always replaced the assets on a kind of an ad hoc, not quite random basis, but as needed basis, the cycle never ends, right? So we need to come up with a plan, because based on the asset management plan, I should have put graphs in. I apologize. Would have been better now. I just realized that. And is that after 2023, our capital outlays are forecasted to decline significantly. So if we don't plan ahead, we're looking at this, well, maybe not quite this bad level of programming, but very high levels of programming starting in 2023.
23 or 30?
To 33, sorry, 2033, obviously, yeah. So, yeah, so these are based on the draft master management plan, so, but But yeah, I should put the graph, and if you see it, it's, it's high, then it drops, then it goes way up. It's just because based on the age of the assets, we got a whole lot of assets from the eighties and stuff that are coming in. That are at the end of their life.
John, on the asset management, we're about 900,000 short from, according to what says in this book. Of the 444 municipalities, it would really be interesting to see where we all fit in on that. I think we're probably way ahead of a whole lot of municipalities, and I'm just from what I hear through the news, that's so I can't say that's for sure. I don't know how easy that is available, that kind of stuff, but it'd be interesting to see where we fall into that category. But I think we're doing really, really well, but I could be dead wrong. It'd be nice to know that.
Yeah, I can check for you. I'll try and get you that information before one of the next budget meetings. The problem being is that there are a large number of municipalities that haven't submitted their asset management plan and haven't been finalized yet. So that's a challenge that we have. So we can go back, I think I think everyone should have their 2022 version in. The province apparently is again, this is from last MFOA meeting or whatever regional thing that I was at. They have started to tell municipalities that if you don't get your asset management plan in, you're not getting funding. Because that is a box that you check now on most applications for funding. Have you submitted your asset management plan? So there's not a lot of municipalities that haven't. But what you say, from what I hear too, we are in good shape. Especially like right now, like our deficit is smaller than a lot of the municipalities are, but that doesn't change the fact that in 10 years we're looking at a lot of assets that need their replacement. But I'll look and see what I can find out from benchmarking from you. AM may have some information.
The reason I'm asking also, and that's what they've always threatened us with us, if we don't get our asset management plan in place, they're going to cut the funding. Now, that's been since day one when they put it in. That was the whole intent. They've done nothing. Maybe they'll never do anything. And so, because we could easily, if we really needed, if that was going to come down to where it was, we can get out of that jackpot tomorrow because the financial situation we're in, $900,000, and we're right even. We could pay that $900,000 if we're done. But why would we do that when they're not going to do anything different to anyone else? We'd be silly.
Yeah. So like I said, I did hear, I don't want to name the municipality because they don't have all the details, but one treasurer said that they were denied funding because they put in an application and they were turned down because they had not submitted their asset management plan. So,
okay.
So like I said, so it's, I mean, it is the lever of the process. Now, that being said, I did hear from another number of municipalities is that they've submitted their asset management plan and nothing's happened because the province doesn't have the resources to handle all the asset management plans that have come in during the year. And this is the same thing with this. So these FIR numbers, sorry, I should have said it. These are 2023 numbers because there's not enough 2024 numbers. FIR reports available publicly to benchmark against. And I'm not sure, part of that is delays in getting it in, but I think part of it is delays in MMAH not reviewing FIRs for everybody, because ours has been submitted for a couple of months, and it's still not on the site. So they still haven't completed their FIR review for our 2024 FIR. So
in one way, we're all in the same position because this started, I don't know how many years ago, that the accounting's changed for municipalities, for assets, and then the asset management plan was thrown at us. So this would happen anyway, even if we didn't have an asset management plan, we just wouldn't see it now.
Right. Yeah.
We would have been falling in this pit like everyone else, but because you're doing the asset management plan, you can see what's going to happen. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be thinking it. It would just hit you.
Yeah, I don't want to comment, editorialize on the usefulness of the asset management plan. I think as an idea, it's a very good idea, which is municipalities should be looking ahead to figure out, how much they need to be budgeting for future, it's like it's like any, family and and a municipality aren't totally the same, but it's a similar idea, right? Which is, if you guys, have your barns and stuff, right? You don't just ignore the barn until it falls over, right? You plan ahead and you do preventative maintenance, or you set money aside, or you come up with a financing plan, right? In order to renew the barn before it falls over, right? And municipalities should be doing that, right? The province, I guess, felt they weren't. So being the province, they created a process that's the exact same for the municipality of Oliver Papoonge as it is for the city of Thunder Bay,
Yeah.
as it is for, well, the city of Toronto has its own, but for the city of Hamilton or Ottawa, or Valcote or Fauquier or Borup's Corners or anything, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, for us, I think we like, I think our asset management process has been not painless, but not as painful as it could be. Largely because I think Wayne liked writing the asset management plan. So, but anyway, but for us, we did have the resources that we could to do it, right?
Mhm.
Other municipal, if you've got, a 2-person municipal staff, how do you do an asset management plan? When you get 20 hours of free consulting, which they, rope you into to pay them for 100 hours of not free consulting at,
Mhm.
$500 an hour, right? So.
And this last management, let's face it, even these other municipalities, they do it. I've talked to them, they say, well, that's fine and dandy, this asset management plan, but the stuff, the capital, we don't have that money. We'll never have that money to even, to borrow that much. So it's a guideline for everyone.
Yeah.
But a lot of them, they won't be able to do it. Like, we have some avenues anyways, like revenue. Like, some of these towns that don't have any industry, where are they gonna get the money? They're doing their guys totally on grants.
Yeah, if you're a municipality with a shrinking tax base,
Yeah.
as there are a number of them across northern Ontario, it's a real,
That's what I'm saying. They're saying it at any of these meetings you go to.
yeah,
There's no revenue from industry if you don't have any,
yeah.
or commercial or anything.
I mean, I don't, so I don't want to get too whatever, but, I mean, like, some of these municipalities are looking at like Detroit level,
Oh,
kind of, futures, right? Which is, especially the mill towns. So again, Fort Francis, for example, Dryden, for example, right? Fort Francis, has full, city services in terms of sewer, all of the water, all of that underground infrastructure that was built, in the early 1900s. So it's all over 100 years old. It's all 110, 120 years old now. And they have a shrinking tax base. And they've got that liability. I haven't read their asset management plan. I'll be honest, I don't know how they can, right? They can get
as I say, unless the
get out
government,
of it. Kenora would be similar.
unless the government's gonna foot the
Unless
bill for any of this, like a lot of this stuff for infrastructure, they don't have the sources to come up with that money for the asset management.
And what happens is if you have a big industry, that's what gives you the tax dollars to put all those pipes in the ground. And then we don't think that, oh, in so many years we have to replace it. We're just all happy we've got water and sewer and all that kind of,
Well,
stuff.
another thing though is that pulp mill required all of that infrastructure.
Yeah.
To run, right? So they had to put it in order to run the pulp mill, right? So now that the pulp mill's gone, they didn't leave them a bill to say, okay, you know, or they didn't leave them a check saying, here's here's to cover our, you know,
Yeah,
that. So, yeah, so like I said, so I don't envy some of those municipalities. So that was my takeaway from the MFOA is that we're in a lot better position than most around us are. So, but that being said, you know, nothing's perfect. So, okay. So here's just a summary of 2025 capital budget. Just for kind of information purpose. So, the original budget was 7.5. We've completed 5.7. But 1.5 is carried forward. 15,000 is canceled. 84 of it was grant dependent. I think it's primarily a museum. We didn't get the grants, so it's I think they've reapplied this year for it. We ended up doing 106,000 of it internally. So the public works staff, Chris's guys, did that internally, so we didn't have to contract that out. And then there's another 76,000 on hold. So we had budgeted 7.5, and kind of right now unspent is 1.7. So about 25% of it is unspent. So that's just as we go forward, just to keep, you know, when we're looking at it. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
John, before you leave, that asset management plan has been driving me crazy when I go through these books, okay? What I'm concerned about, because the 900,000, that doesn't include any sewer or water Whitewater situation, does it? That's nothing, see? And that's why I keep coming back to this asset management plan, that whatever council that sits around this table, when they decide the number of houses are there, you got to take it over. Can you imagine where that's going to flip us to? So I said to myself, well, when will we ever get in position again where we are today financially? If we took the 900,000 and got us right even, how many years in advance would that help councils come along? Would it be the next 1, 2, 3, 4 that would help them? Or on the other side, if we get to that point where the government said, well, you don't need any grants because you're so well off. And that's what spins my head. And all through this budget, I keep going around that. And I say, where are we at this? Where should we be? Because what municipalities in a financial situation as we are today? And if that asset management going to kill us down the road, should we not maybe deal on that and cut some other stuff? I can't get my head around it. Okay, you see what I'm saying? So I just keep going around that and say, where do we really end up here? Is it to advantage or is it to disadvantage to do it? I don't know it. Can you tell me?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a quick answer, but I think I'm gonna defer to the CAO more details about Whitewater. So take the absorption of Whitewater in terms of asset management. The impact may be small at the beginning because I don't know all the details, but it's 25 years old. So the useful life in terms of the pipes and all that kind of stuff is probably beyond 50 years of age. I don't know for sure. I mean, but again, I mean, I don't know, maybe we don't, you know, I guess the good thing about lead pipes is, I mean, you know, they lasted longer than you were alive for. So, but with the new pipes, I don't know what the lifespan of those would be. And I don't know the capacity of the sewer. So I can't really or the sewage treatment and water treatment that they have there. So I can't, you know, really comment on those. So I'll defer to Wayne if he has any more insight. Otherwise, we can try and get back to you for a future meeting.
Well, if it upsets the whole
Oh, it doesn't
cart
upset
for
me at
today,
all,
that's
yeah.
fine, but those
No,
things you gotta look past today sometimes, and then that's what I try to do because that's what you're trying to do here, and if some help would be helpful, that's all I'm saying.
I think it's fair to say though, for the asset management plan, it is just a guide.
It is a guide, yeah.
It is.
It's a useful guide, but correct me if I'm wrong, does the asset management plan not say that this building has a useful lifespan of whatever years? And on this date in 2043 or whatever it is, we need to replace this building?
Yes.
Well, that's kind of ridiculous, because if we keep it up,
Yes.
It should not
Right.
need replacing. Like, I guess it could be argued with infrastructure in the ground. There is a finite life that everything has,
Mhm.
and you can't maintain a pipe in the ground without digging it up and replacing it. But there's certainly ways to mitigate catastrophic failure, even with pipes in the ground. So I mean, like I said, it's a guide, but the numbers look bad when you look at a building that, oh, it's, you know, this building's coming up for replacement. And it's quite different than rolling stock that you're gonna, you know, send it off to be traded in and buying a new grader or a new plow truck or whatever.
Mhm.
Just if I may, that's precisely what that tool is. 50 years from now, or 50 years from 1980, when most of our infrastructure was built, rink, rural hall, Rosin Hall, fire departments, it's got a 50-year lifespan and it's due for replacement. That's all the plan says. Doesn't say you have to do it,
Mhm.
but it also says that if you look after your house, right?
Mhm.
To John's point, you look after your house all the way through, you can mitigate those potential big ticket items. To Whitewater, I will say, and discussions, the revenue that's coming in right now is putting money back into the developer's pocket. When that model comes to the table, that money that goes back into the developer's pocket currently would go into a reserve fund to fund these things. It's not a big amount of money, but it is a bunch of money that can go straight into reserve. The developer model, he's paid for that thing, right? He's working on the second time, in my opinion. That revenue stream minus our cost should start a reserve account to pay for these long-term things. There is ways to preserve the underground infrastructure that we would address in that takeover date, whatever that is. And the plant itself, the same thing as the rink. If it's 40 years old when we get it, if it's been maintained, there'll be an evaluation done before it comes to that report, comes to that. And we'd ask for money set aside prior to the agreement being signed off on. And it's a tool. The asset management plan is a tool, and it's not 900,000 just for this year.
No,
It's 900,000
every year.
Yes.
right through. But you can mitigate your losses on the back end if you do the right thing now.
Yeah, and there's, you can't change your plans unless you have a plan.
Yeah.
Right? So,
But just having this conversation.
Mhm.
is useful. I mean, if anyone's been to Europe, I mean, I'm sure they're all in a very big deficit with their.
Yeah, the two-
1,000-year-old buildings
Yeah.
that they're still using.
yeah, the 2000-year-old aqueducts are going to be need replacing soon. But without sounding cynical, is I suspect we'll know when the Whitewater water system isn't paying for itself, because that's the day the developer will
That's right.
we'll say, let's trade.
That's
But,
good.
you know,
Yeah.
that's what I would do as if I was advising him. So, okay, anyway, so as that, and so you can look just little the capital budget trend. So again, you can see where we are. 2020, you know, around 4 million, and we've been pretty consistent around 4. 2023, things picked up. 2020, we had a large program. We did the Kakabeka Village repaving, plus the fire trucks. So that was a big program. Last year we were down, or another program, and this year you can see it's like kind of off the chart. So one thing that we often talk about inflation, and how bad it is, which I think we you know we'll all agree it hasn't been great over the last you know, since 2020, and we'll always look at, or often the numbers that they'll cite are the CPI, Consumer Price Index, and you know it's, you know, in the 2021 2022 it was you know 7 or 8%, and you know it's dropped down, like the 2023 was 5, and now it's around 3.5. But as a municipality, we need to maybe, or we probably have a different benchmark, and that's the construction industry, and that's you know instead of being 7, it was like 17. Instead of being 8, it was like 21. And so, which, you know, explains why there were large jumps, right? So So even though overall inflation was high, it was a lot higher in the construction index. So that, you know, so things that we were getting, you know, before for $100 are now $140 and that kind of stuff, right? So there will be some natural increase just in terms of the inflation. And like I said, when you look at the construction.
Just go do groceries.
Well, like I said, but I mean, it's like basically been 2 or 3 times higher than your grocery inflation. So,
And, and then some of the stuff was tariff too.
yeah,
that we had to deal with as well.
so, how the tariffs end up shaking out on this is another question. And then the other thing too, and I don't know all the details of it, but the province announced their latest strategy, which is the Buy Ontario First strategy, which apparently they are going to require the municipalities to follow. So right now they have a Buy Ontario policy, but it's restricted to their direct funding. So municipalities aren't included, but school boards and universities are included. Apparently this latest Buy Ontario thing, and so it's Ontario first, Canada second. And I'm, you know, the rest of the world third, and then like United States like 75th or so. I don't know the exact order, but anyways, but so they're pushing, they're apparently going to push that on us. I don't know, like I said, I don't know all the details because, you know, the premier will get up and make an announcement, but the devil's in the details. So I mean, I guess, so if we were looking at a simple example would be, is if we are looking at a plow truck or something, or a grader or something, right? A Caterpillar grader. So if we buy it from the local Cat dealer here, is that a local purchase? Right? Or
It is
because
to us.
it is to us, but you know, but it's manufactured in Illinois. Or so then do we have to go to tell him, well, you can't get it from Illinois? You have to get it from one of your plants in Europe or Asia or something. So
Seems like such a good idea.
yeah, I mean, like I said, so it's, again, I don't know. And that was again, that is actually was part of the discussion at the MFOA also, because the announcement had just came out and we had the purchasing group had done a presentation and they're like, we don't really know what it means. And then, like I said, so they said, well, whatever. And I said, well, okay. So I put on my hand and I gave the example of the grader, which is, you know what I mean? Like, you know, like we don't make it in Canada. So
That's right.
so, you know, like, why does it matter? You know, so, but anyway, so they said that they have to do what, so we don't know what it is, but again, but if you're looking at getting something from Italy versus Illinois, it'll probably be more expensive from Italy than it would be from Illinois. So.
Or has our dollar advantage over Italy?
Yeah, we might, with the euro may have changed.
It's 40% to the States, so if
Yeah.
we don't pay that, then we're ahead of the game there.
Yeah, but the euro, but usually currencies kind of move with each other.
They
so-
fluctuate, yes.
So it could be the euro could be down,
Yeah.
like could be down more than we are. So it could be an advantage to us, but
Yeah.
Time
will play
I don't
out.
know. I didn't answer to that, but
Service.
so, but yeah, but that's the main thing, right? So you know, if you're buying something like that, you want to buy it from some guy that you're going to be able to say, look, this isn't working, fix it, right? So, and then the other thing too is you're not, you know, maybe you're screwing the guy that works in Illinois a little bit, but you know, you're screwing the guy who lives 10 minutes from your house just because he happens to sell Caterpillar that he sold for 50 years
Mhm.
that that everybody thought was great until, 6 months ago, right? So anyways, that's another thing. So here's we're talking about capital budgeting. So a big driver of capital budgeting is what's your capital assets right now. So here's a kind of a benchmark, so the tangible capital asset between municipalities. So you can see, all our Papoonge, within our group. We are, we have the largest capital asset pool of per resident of any of the municipalities. I use residents rather than household because there are softer things. We do have an arena, which no one else has. Our roads, our percentage of roads paved versus everyone else is higher, that kind of stuff. So obviously, if you have more capital assets, you're gonna require more maintenance on those capital assets, to up for the upkeep and to keep them going. So, and then, interestingly, I didn't put it on the graph because it would blow the graph apart. The city of Thunder Bay has $186,000 in terms of assets per person. And it's pretty evenly split, 90,000 general and 90,000 infrastructure, which, makes some sense because they have all of that underground infrastructure to maintain and stuff. So, and you can look at at Fort Francis and Dryden, like I mentioned earlier. Right there, they got a lot of those capital assets. Like I said, I think a lot of it's tied up underground. As a resident, city water is the best deal in the world. As a municipality, city water might be the worst deal in the world. Because once you hook it up, you can't get off of it, right?
Yeah.
So, but as a resident, nothing is cheaper and better than having city water. So anyway, so like I said, so if you look at it, obviously the higher your capital asset inventory, the more you're going to have to do to maintain that asset inventory. Yes.
Is this based on 2023 or is this current?
It's 2023 because that's the most current information I have.
I was gonna say, because the cities is gonna go way up with the other things that they've got going as well now.
Yeah, you had $50 million for turf facility and all those kind of stuff. They'll have a lot more. But they actually have their assets are like $1 billion in assets. Their deficit is actually higher than based on the numbers that are reported in the news and stuff. Their deficit appears to be higher than their actual asset base, but not sure how the math works on that. So I mean, part of it could be the other part of his assets are generally recorded at historical cost. So when after World War II, they put the piping in at $20 a foot, right? To replace it now would be $1,000 a foot, right? Those type of things. So that could explain some of the deficit as well versus their current thing. But I don't know I'd have to go through their information more detail but this is just, like I said, is really the message here is that we have a higher asset pool. So we're going to have to spend more to maintain that asset pool. And, and I don't think we have any wasted assets. So, okay. So, so this is the asset management priorities. We go back to that. So, really it's, I summarize as core asset health, and the funding gap. I mean, you guys may disagree. So these are things that require immediate allocation to avoid it. So our infrastructure replacement cost is $243 million. That's over the whole lifespan, and that works out to about $40,000 per person. So, and then what the plan seems to suggest is a 1.9% reinvestment rate to maintain our assets in a state of good repair. I mean, it's hard to summarize a 200-page document in 3 slides. So, okay. So like I said, so this is what Chris mentioned as well, which is right. If you want to make sure your assets don't just reach the end of their life and die, you need to make this reinvestment, okay? So what's the thing, do we need to do, right? So it's for the capital, right? So we're already doing number one, right? Which is to make our reserves work harder. So I probably should have done this slide before we, just to convince you guys to sign up to one gym. But we already did that, so it's over, that's like I said. So, if 4% over 10 years is 48% growth, and 2% is 22%. 7% is in 10 years is 100% growth, right? So if you get 7% for 10 years, basically you double your money. So are we looking at short-term increases to build up our reserves over the long term? So it costs more now, but it may save money in the long run by having massive debt or tax spikes in 2023. And it's generally cheaper to keep something running than it is to replace it. So in terms of how the budget relates to the asset management plan, do we fund up all of the desired stuff that we have in the plan and build up the reserves, or do we cut projects? I put Hearthstone Bridge down there. I mean, we may know, whatever. That's a large one. And do we use existing reserves to keep the levy low? And basically it's, balance the current tax base. We're dealing long-term asset renewal. Okay. So I'm going to walk through this kind of quickly. So again, if you have any questions, so this sets the context for the asset management plan, why we have to do this. So these are the summaries of the building condition assessment reports. So the municipal office is kind of to Councillor Campoff's point. It's one of our better assets. It's good overall. It's pretty functional. There are some priority projects: roofing, windows and doors, HVAC, that type of stuff. Some interior finishing that needs to be done, but overall, it's pretty good. The envelope seems to be sturdy. The BCA came back, estimated the cost for the next 10 years at around 320,000. So, and then some of these items were in the previous 2025 budget, and are carried forward. And some of them are in 2026, and some of them may be needed to move forward. But like I said, this is just context setting. Like I said, it doesn't necessarily mean everything needs to be done in 2026 right away. Public Works Garage. Again, it's a very similar thing. It's not as good. Or sorry, I shouldn't say it's not. Its condition isn't as well as the office, but generally it's in fairly good condition. It's structurally sound, but there are some big items that need to be done in there. So they found some immediate. They suggested immediate. What we do is up to us. Foundation work, that kind of stuff, roof panels, that kind of stuff again. So this, over the next 10 years, they pegged it at $740,000. So again, that's where we are.
Do we not do a bunch of that, the foundation of restoration work a year or two ago?
Through the chair, this report was done in the spring, so anything that was completed this year is you got to take it off that total.
Okay, I thought we spent time, I thought we did that, yes.
So, and then we got Norwest Arena. So again, the condition isn't terrible. Some of this work has been done.
Yeah.
Mostly the work with Cisco, or sorry, Simco. So that's been done. So that's the major deficiency. Really has been addressed this year. But there are some other things that they've identified in the report. And they're suggesting again that about a 3 million overlay. And, you know, again, Norwest Arenas is an interesting one because Norwest Arena is a big driver of that 2033, you know, spike, right? So according to the numbers, you know, between 2033 and 43, we need to replace the arena, right? If you go to the city, I think Tournament Center is the only arena that is under 50 years old that they have running. So you know, so it's clearly you can keep arenas running beyond that date, but you know, like I said, so the major deficiencies we've largely addressed this year. But some of it still needs to get done. Roof, we replaced the roof, but
Did that.
I think if I read the report, I'm not an expert on this. We replaced the exterior roofing. I think they're talking about the interior roof being part with the structural steel and stuff, which we didn't replace. So I'm not an expert on this, and I just briefly, I'll be honest, I didn't. I read it enough to put together a slide. So
Not in our package.
sorry,
This one's not in.
is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Goes to the next one.
Um,
No. No.
Okay, oh, maybe I forgot, maybe I missed the page in the photocopying. And then Rosenhall's missing?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I photocopied, I must have missed the page. Apologize. I can print out the page for you again if, sorry, I'm not sure what happened. I must have missed it when I did it. When I made the photocopiers, apologize. So we did Norwest, Murillo Hall. Again, it's structurally sound, but a lot of the stuff is, they're saying are reaching the end of their life. It's a fairly big building, and you know, so they're estimating you know, over the next 10 years 1.4 million. Again, some of the stuff we've done, and some of the stuff is scheduled. It was scheduled for 25 or is scheduled for 26. So
This inspection was done when there was a full load of roof, snow on the roof. Those shingles were done in 23.
So. Okay, so, and then Roslyn, you know, again, it's in the best of all the three halls. So, you know, but there are still some work that needs to be done. And you know, so anyway, so that's again, some of that work I think has been done. Like with the alarm and stuff, I know that's scheduled, I think, if I'm not mistaken. It was that the costs were higher than original budget, so it was but anyways, it'll be done. I think it's scheduled to be done. So anyways, so now we get to the I don't know, more exciting part of it or not. But so this is the bridge and culvert summary. And again, I'm not an expert on this, but just enough to put together some slides. So the elephant in the room is Hearthstone Bridge, which is poor condition. So its category is replacement / critical, and the cost is very, very high. Then we have Candy Mountain, John Street, and then another Candy and Gillespie, Slate River. those are generally in good condition. I believe Candy Mountain was scheduled for last year and is carried forward to this year. So, but we'll go through each one. So, so Hearthstone, you know, I got you know, little, right, got them bold. So they've identified it as safety issues. So it's a low score. They're recommending a complete replacement. So I'm not, again, an expert what we can do on that. But you know, I mean, it's the big, it's, you know, it's a big, it's 93% of our 145% tax increase. So,
Yeah.
So but that's why you get, that's why they pay you guys the big bucks. Okay, Candy Mountain, again, like I said, I think, I'm not 100% sure, but Chris can correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is back in for this year. This is the one, because there are multiple Candy Mountain ones. So this is in. So it's a high priority. And it's, you know, provide the restoration, you know, provides a good return on investment, you know, preventative versus replacement costs. So this one is in. And then we have some ones that are coming up. So I think again, there was John Street, but I'm not, I think I put this in, but I may have mistaken one of the John Street projects for this. Is this in 2026 as well? It is. Okay, so it is. So again, requires work. And so I'm recommending going ahead. Okay. So, okay, there we go. So those are the roads, and then the other two roads, Candy Mountain, the others, Slate, and Gillespie across Slate. They're just general maintenance at this point, so they don't require significant repair. So I don't have them in the list here. Okay, all right, and then so we got the fire condition. So okay, so this is the building condition assessment report summary for the fire stations. They recommend a lot of work on Roslyn. I don't want to say very critical of, I don't know what the right word would be. But they have a strong emphasis on Roslyn requiring a lot of work immediately to be done.
Replacement.
Yeah, that would be probably definitely a way to go, for sure. Anyway, so Murillo does have some work that needs to be done. Again, mostly accessibility issues, washroom type stuff. So it's major service work. Again, accessibility seems to be one of the recurring themes throughout these fire stations. So, and then, you know, Slate River needs to have some of its stuff is nearing the end of its life. Stanley, again, these are renewal projects. They don't need to be done right away, but they are things that need to be done over the next, you know, 10 years to keep it in a functioning condition. So you can see, so yeah, go ahead, Councillor Beacock.
Just a question, what kind of improvements have to be done for accessibility purposes for the fire department if you have to be physically able to be a volunteer or a
Do I defer
personnel?
that to the chief?
I'd have to look in to answer that question, but they are public buildings and they are refuge places, if you will, that may require that, but I'd have to look into the accessibility audit and what that actually means. Kekabeka, for example, is an EOC alternate spot. So I'd have to look into it.
Yeah, so this isn't even this isn't even the work to make it accessible. This is just the audit
Mhm.
to
See what it
to
takes.
determine what the work is to make it accessible. And my understanding, like Sean said, is because these are public buildings, AODA requires all buildings that are open to the member of the public to be accessible by the entire public. So that doesn't necessarily mean that the the crew working area has to be accessible, but all doors have to be wide enough for a wheelchair. There has to be ramps. All washrooms have to have, at least one has to meet the accessibility standards, all those type of things. And I'm sure when they were designed, like your thoughts, Councillor Peacock, which is you're not, if you're a fire, we don't have a lot of blind firefighters. We don't have a lot of firefighters in wheelchairs. And so, I mean, and it was, these designed, decades ago and built decades ago, right? So it wasn't top of mind. So, and there was no provincial requirement. So now, unfortunately, I think if Chris was here, he could correct me, but I believe if we never do anything to any of the stations, any work on them, we don't have to change it. But the second we do any work on it, then we have to meet the requirements. So if we were to allow the buildings to basically deteriorate and fall down, then we wouldn't have to, then we'd be grandfathered from the requirements. But
So I'll just thinking through my mind, Kekabeka, Roslyn, Murillo, we do Halloween night. It's accessible to the public's in there. That's what, in my mind, is what's gonna trigger these accessibility audits and issues.
But then
And
again,
that what tells me then you would discontinue all that kind of stuff. If that's what people are looking for, we'll discontinue all that.
Well, that's council's choice.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you see, it doesn't make any accessibility. I mean, and you said you gotta be open to the public. No, it can't be open to the public. We got way too much stuff in there. You can't have people just running in and out of the fire hall.
Yeah, but open to the public, meaning that if there is an emergency, many years ago, there was the Trillium exercise and the stations were all opened for people that lost power to come into a warm place. So that's what I mean by open to the public. They're not, you just walk in off the street, but people could be coming there in an emergency or a disaster. That's what I mean by open to the public.
Sean, I'm not here to argue with you, but let's be honest. Look there's trucks in there with water in them. It's 40 below and the powers go out. We got to pull our trucks out and so the people can go in. Guess what? What's going to happen to your trucks? Froze solid. Now what? Now you got to fire you. Wait a minute. You let that truck freeze. Where's your liability? Oh, come on, guys. You're getting way out of whack here on this kind of stuff. Let's not even go there.
We don't set the, Sean and I, or Wayne, or Chris, we don't, unfortunately, I would tend to agree with you, but unfortunately, 104 people in Toronto decided differently and.
Exactly. That's the problem.
It's safe to say if you're gonna do a renovation in a washroom at a fire hall, you make it accessible, because at that time, the cost is not gonna be that much greater.
Right.
And that's
right.
just everything you do and moving forward, make it accessible, and that's good practice for everything.
and if you have to worry about the doors, just open up a rolling door, not the man door. You get a wheelchair in there.
Anyway, whatever.
So, I mean, yeah, I guess that's, so anyways, is what it is. Okay, so yeah, so they said Roslyn, it says like critical investment, they say it basically, it needed to be replaced like yesterday type, thing. Now, they have a whole bunch of things that they suggest, recommend, but we need to look at this, recognizing that there's a working group dealing with the Roslyn station.
Mhm.
So whatever we do with Roslyn, we need to address this, some of the stuff too, but we also need to keep in mind that there's a working group looking at the future of Roslyn Station, right? So that's the short message on this, right? So, and then we got, so Kakabeka, and Murillo, like I said, they got some some things, that need to be replaced. They've identified some things as nearing the end of their life. Again, are these two stations, the work isn't, I don't believe they're saying needs to be done today, but you know, we need to be considering it in getting it done in the next, next few years. So these are items that come up. So also, I mean, I know maybe the people that did the building condition and assessment report also do accessibility audits. So maybe that's why they are recommending so many accessibility audits. So I know that was a thing at when you were in accounting, try and upsell the consulting services. So maybe that's also why we have so many recommendations. So anyways, and then the last three stations, they just have standard life cycle renewal work that they need to be done on an ongoing basis. So okay. Now when we get to the next slide, this is maybe more of a, I don't know what the right word is, but so this is just a quick look at what we got for rolling stock and what we need to be looking at in terms of replacement costs. So maintain this with decision to maintain all the stations. All the stations basically need to have their rolling stock completely renewed. Even the 2031 to 35 is really stretching out the lives of these assets. They probably most should have been moved into this period, but like I said, I'm stretching it out by taking a liberal interpretation of the FUS requirements. So now the other thing to note is that this FUS rating is different than our asset management plan, because I don't believe we changed the asset management plan over yet, if I'm not mistaken. So
No, there was a report put in to look at the life cycle of the vehicles, and we need to do further work. So 2026, hopefully there's a report that comes in that has the life cycle for the vehicles for the fire department in there.
And with regard to the 21 to 25, which of those vehicles have we already captured as being replaced or in the process of?
Pumper 93, that's in there is Stanley, that's currently being built. Pumper or Rescue 39 has been delivered.
And Rescue 90 has been delivered.
Pumper 99 is currently being built. Tanker 94 has been delivered, and Rescue 90 has been delivered.
So all 21 to 25 has been ordered, and these
complete?
are delivered or
In the process?
should be. And I defer to the fire chief, but my understanding is we should be getting one more vehicle from TCI before the end of the year, or is that?
So we're hoping one of the trucks is delivered before the year end, the second one in the first quarter of 2026.
You have no intention of getting rid of Pumper 97, I hope.
Pumper 97 is a bit of a flagship, even though it is in the 70s, it's in very good shape, and it does go to a lot of the events as just a
Heritage vehicle.
We can, so I guess, yeah, we're not saying scrapping any of the vehicles. However, for Slate River, to maintain, the rating under FUS, that tanker does need to be replaced.
Yeah.
So anyways.
Just wondering, tanker 98, it's 600 grand, the other ones are 450.
Those are the price that Sean put in I might be wrong with the tanker, because you put a pumper in, eh?
yeah.
To the budget
It
this
would
year?
I put in a pumper tanker and a
Yeah.
pumper rescue.
Yeah.
That should be down around the 450 to 500.
Okay, yeah, I took the price from the last 2026, which was a pumper tanker, so I guess it would be lower. A straight tanker will be lower than a pumper tanker, but
The
yeah.
pump that is in a pumper truck is about 100 to 150,000, so
Okay.
take that off.
So that would reduce. Tanker 98 replacement isn't in the 2026 budget, but anyway, so that would reduce it slightly. And like I said, but if we do make a formal change to 15-year life cycle, as you can see, you know, a lot of those, like pumper 21, tanker 12 would move up into replacement, in this cycle. You know, rescue 95, we could, in theory, keep that out a little bit longer. And pumper 91, again, we might be able to replace in 2030. But if we move to 15, the Murillo, those two trucks would need to be replaced between 2026 and 2030. But like I said, I've taken a liberal interpretation with FUS and given them a 20-year life span. So
To purchase the rescue in Rescue 95 in Stanley for $1, that was a heck of a good deal.
Yeah, we bought, in my time, we've bought 3 of the rescues, retired ambulances for $1 and whatever it costs to safety them, so.
Mhm.
So there are, I believe, three fire trucks or 3 fire vehicles in the budget for this year. And we'll discuss them when we go line by line. And I'll let the fire chief obviously give you more insight into each of them. Okay. All right. So, you know, just as this slide is kind of busy. You can see most of the departments, you know, are close to the 0 line. And there are a few departments that are a bit higher. So this is the trend by department. As you'd expect, Public Works is going to spend the most money because you know, road repair and replacements and all that kind of stuff isn't cheap. So like I said, so you can see the trend over time. So fire has been a little bit up and down. 2024, where we bought got into the arrangement with TCI, and then in 2025 we also bought the Battle Shield truck, and then we've got some plan for it coming up. And then Norwest, you see that increase, and that's we'll get into it, but that's mostly related to an NOHSC proposal. And you can see Roslyn Village drinking water. We had that big spike in 2023 where we went out and we replaced all of the pipes and stuff. So there's nothing really scheduled coming up. And then if I just remove the Hearthstone Bridge, then you can see where it comes. So obviously, you know, that's a big drop in the Public Works component of it. So okay. All right. Any questions? Not okay. So that more or less kind of covers the capital overview. So we'll get into operating, and now operating again. This is high level and you know, not too much details because we'll spend enough time going through the details. You can see our biggest cost center are our agencies. So agencies includes the police, and it includes all of the various kind of city services that we pay for. It also includes things like MPAC, LRCA, those type of things. So I haven't got the budgets from all of them, or from most of them. Most of them, they'll come in the first week of December usually. So we budgeted about 4 million, which represents about a 9% increase in the cost. So, which, you know, given that we don't know where police are, we'll talk about police later. That may not be that unrealistic. So our salaries and wages are up about 5%. We have a 3% and a 4% wage increase for public works and for the recreation. And I haven't got the final numbers for 2026 for benefits, but it's probably, the number I was given was around 7%. So that's why the total salary and wages includes benefits. So that's why it's a 5% increase. So, yeah, go ahead.
And in reviewing the budget, it appears there's another employee as well that may be.
Yeah, so there are, we'll go through them line by line, but there are more hours in 2026 than in 2025. And we'll go through each department because there are some changes in terms of the staffing and coverage and stuff like that. So there's some overlap, but I'll let each manager talk to their own department. Okay, and then contracted services. Those are primarily, like, a lot of is a public works stuff, like sand, it includes things in public works like sand and gravel and that kind of stuff. So it's services and maintenance. Also includes IT, those type of services as well. So, and we talked about earlier on about how when we talk about inflation, core inflation being like at 3.5%, but construction inflation being at a higher level. And I think some of that's reflected. Okay. So this is benchmarking. So again, there's some, there might be some, the way we characterize DSAB for health services may be different than the way Shunya characterizes DSAB in terms of the categorization. But overall, these are like the total expenses. And these kind of, like I said, break down a little bit. So protection services, if you looked at it, we're pretty consistent with the district. Thunder Bay being much higher because they've got, they got the large police force that does all kinds of things, not just like the services that they provide to us. Also, they have full-time firefighters with full-time manned stations, which obviously are going to drive your firefighting costs. But again, you look at, this is per resident, because, like the social services and stuff are driven not by the number of houses, but by the number of people you have. So like daycares and all that, those municipal services are per household. So you guys don't realize it, but we're paying for daycares throughout the city of Thunder Bay with DSAB and stuff like that. So I mean, and then, but our residents can also use those services. So that type of stuff. So that's why it's on a per resident, when most of the expenses were kind of per household. So you can see our recreation again would be higher than Leaving and Shunya, for example, given that, we have an arena that they don't. We also, have the maintained fields that are used much more than Shunya is, or for example, that type of stuff, right? So like I said,
why don't we have any environmental costs in ours? Every other one has.
I think that's just the way that that they were categorized. I think with our landfills, when Grant Thornton categorized our landfill costs, I think they put them in general, right? And whereas the other ones put them in environmental. So I'll check with them where our landfill costs ended up going. So it all depends on how you break down your chart of accounts and how you group them and stuff. So because landfill reports through Public Works, right? So I think that's where they got rolled up through that way, and so I think they ended up being put in a put in a slightly different category other than environmental. So, like I said, so that's, like I said, it's hard to say any specific one line where they do it, but you know, so again, so transportation, we'll look at it later, but like our transportation is high, but there's a very good explanation for why it is, and we'll come back to that later. Okay, so then if I did the same exercise, took this and I just took it, our operating costs, and you can see if we, because I don't have our 2026 operating costs categorized the same way, for FIR purposes, I just took the total, and you can see the operating cost 2026. We're at the end, we're still, you know, would still be below the district average, and still below our comparable, you know, municipalities, right? So, okay, so then, so this is just as a trend. So since 2020, we've seen about $3.5 million increase. So that's a growth rate around 6%. The biggest driver of that is the agencies, which is $1 million, which we don't have any control over really at all. So we just, unfortunately, we're given the costs. Yep.
Do you think that possibility of the increase with the agencies has something to do with COVID?
Oh, yeah, I mean, so 2020 was pre-COVID, and then 2021, 2022, they were doing COVID restrictions and then that type of stuff. And the health unit was out, you know, in every community swabbing noses and that kind of stuff. So that would be part of it. You know, police has increased. That's maybe independent of COVID. I mean, with the police, I mean, if you look back, like the F-150 we bought, I mean, like, you know, like that was probably twice what they paid for those Explorers, right? So just even like those costs, right? The vehicle costs have increased for them, that type of stuff. So, yeah. And then, you know, with Public Works and admin, those are driven by salaries. And now there was some salary catch up and stuff, and new collective agreements that came in place, right? Which reflected the inflation that we had, you know, as a result of COVID. So, yeah, so you can say COVID really impacted all of our costs, right? So, okay. So, just a little note, I think I mentioned it for personnel costs. So, contractual, Public Works is 3% and recreation is 4% per the union agreement. And administration is 3% based on keeping on level with the union agreement. So, okay. So I did a wage and salary benchmarking. So as you can see, we do spend, like, salary is a big thing, but per resident, well, it's actually well, so it's per resident, right? So we benefit from the fact that we have more residents, right? So you know, anyway, so per resident. And again, the city of Thunder Bay is a little bit of an outlier because they've got so many. I mean, I'll be honest, if I would take this and go to the city of Thunder Bay and just go through the phone directory and tear out pages and go.
Biggest employer in the city
is
the city.
The city is the biggest employer by far in the city. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, so like I said, you can see, but when you get out to the outlying municipalities, all right. I mean, a lot of those, the Dryden and Sioux Lookout, they're stuck with their legacy infrastructure, right? Sioux Lookout is a growing community. Sioux Lookout is interesting because they've got a whole health service and stuff set up. They got a lot of their funding that comes from the federal government, and a lot of it is to support the northern residents that come in. So a lot of those salary costs aren't necessarily borne by the taxpayers of Sioux Lookout. But Dryden and Fort Francis, a lot of theirs, I think, is driven by the legacy of being, larger communities with complete infrastructure. So like I said, so. And then interesting, so if you took at the municipal employees per 1,000 residents, you can see where we are. We're down there. So we're around 10 employees. Again, this is a little bit not misleading isn't the right word, but again, we have an arena, so we've got, a dozen part-time employees that, I don't think the number's a dozen, but we got a number of part-time employees that work at the arena. We got the museum, so we have some summer students that work in the museum, that type of stuff. So full-time, we're comparable to the other ones. If you were to take the number of employees and the salary benchmarking, we would be the second lowest average per employee cost. Only Nebing is lower than us, so that's maybe something we don't want to tell the union. So our remuneration per employee is second lowest. But again, that's skewed by the fact that we have part-time and seasonal employees, right? Obviously, a rink attendant, who works 20 or whatever, I don't know what I'd say, works a dozen hours a week, doesn't make the same as a plow truck operator who works 40 hours a week, or as me. I make $2,000 more a year than the rink employee does, than the part-time. Yeah. So we might need to adjust the treasurer's salary to. Anyways, okay. Oh yeah, you gotta put me on par with the part-time rink, the girls at the cafe or whatever they call it. Canteen. So this is protection services benchmarking. So again, this is the Thunder Bay, obviously on the fire side, is an outlier because, like I said, they've got the full-time employees, full-time fire staff. Dryden has some full-time fire staff, I think. Fort Francis has a mixture, I believe, of full-time and part-time. I'm not sure the exact breakdown. Yeah.
And I think a number of those costs for the police, the majority of those places other than the city of Thunder Bay is also OPP. So
yeah, so the only two so Oliver Papoonge and Thunder Bay are Thunder Bay. Everyone else is OPP. So I don't know why Dryden is such an outlier. I mean, they do have an OPP station. A big one in their town.
City police anymore.
Yeah. But when you look at per resident, you would think they'd be more in line. So maybe something happened in 2023. They may have closed their city police and transferred them over. So there may have been a big liability like that they had to account for in the transfer or something like that. So I'd have to look into more detail what happened to Dryden in 2023. Why they're such an outlier.
Shouldn't let the fire chief see this, Chair.
Yeah, so these are operating costs too, right? For fire and police, we don't have any capital really, but for the fire, so these aren't capital costs. These are the operating costs. Yeah. So. Okay. Yeah.
And just one question, we have city police, but do a portion of our taxes not go to OPP, not as a specific line item, but how does that, is that just through
your
taxes?
Your income taxes go to the province, which pays the OPP, but none of our.
Not municipal tax. No.
We don't
Okay.
transfer any money to the OPP. But we do get PIL for the station across the road, but so. Okay. All right. Okay. So these are some road costs benchmark. So these are road costs per household. You can see so this is a chart is two, is a kind of a two-part thing. So you can see how much these are operating, or these are total road costs per household. So we are a little bit higher. But we have paved roads. So if that's a driver, so we have basically we have how the dots are a measure of the road density. So we have 6 houses per kilometer of paved roads. So which means we have a lot of paved roads and our houses are, spread out. Whereas the city of Thunder Bay has, 27 houses per kilometer of paved roads, right? So when you're spreading the cost of repairing 1 kilometer of road in the city, you're spreading it out over 27 houses, and we're spreading it out over 6 houses.
No, does
We have no paved roads.
Chip Shield count as
Yeah.
paved road? Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So no, Connor and Conway have no paved roads that they're primarily responsible for. At least according to their FIR.
But they still have road costs.
They have road costs, yeah. So.
And that depends on how many roads you're talking, how many kilometers, so it's, some of these are a little bit skewed too.
Yeah, I should have put down the number of kilometers. That would have been,
We have what, 400
we have 450, I
some
think.
kilometers versus one that has 100, or
Yeah.
instead of kind of.
Yeah, I should have put down, I can get that number.
I just saying.
I can get that number. It'd be an interesting number because we don't have proportionally that much less paved road than the city of Thunder Bay does. Well, which obviously you can see because they got 27 people per row, but they don't have 18 times, they have 18 times the population, but they don't have 18 times the amount of road kilometers they've got, like a small, like it's a much smaller. I think they've got, I think it's, around 1,000 or so, I can't remember, but anyways, so Nebing and Shunya, they don't have a lot of paved roads either. Or they got paved roads, but not as much as we do. Got a lot of gravel roads still in the municipality. And then you get to like Dryden, Sioux Lookout, Fort Francis, all those, they're like the city, right? They have very few gravel roads left in them. So, but again, it comes with the downside, which Councillor Campoff mentioned, which is everything's underground. So, when you want to repair something, everything's underground, right? So we have a low housing density per paved kilometer, but what that allows us to do is have people on wells and septic, right? Once you get to above a certain density, then you can no longer run wells and septic. You've got to put in water services. So that maybe, I don't know, maybe for the planning department in 2050, we're gonna have to start, thinking about how many people we let in the municipality.
Right.
We're gonna have to, put up a fence that says no more Thunder Bayers moving here. So anyways, so what this is this is the real measure probably, is roads that are rated good or better. So you can see we're very high in the good and better category. So I don't know if the director of operations self-reports, so I don't know if it's like rating himself or not. But anyways, but we're we have good roads. It's Marathon, I've been to Marathon a number of times and the roads are lousy. But I think they must have a couple of good roads. So I suspect it was a reporting anomaly. Fort Francis has terrible roads, like really terrible roads. So I can see that. Dryden again too, they have really terrible roads. But like I said, for their true benchmarking, this is This is, and then then the kind of the last one is, this kind of is topical. So these are debt payment, benchmarking. So, what we are principal interest payments per household. So this is 2023. So in 2023, we still had the Oliver Road, payments and something like that. So, you can see, where we are, so, but what I did is I took that out, and you can see we're at the end. This is the only one where, so this would be as if we took our 2026 budget and put it in. And the reason why we're so high on interest versus principal is because they're fixed term loans and we're in the first year of repayment. So, you know, it's like with your mortgage, right? Your first, whatever, 10 years of your mortgage, you're just paying interest. And then the last 10 years, you're paying principal. So even if we were to benchmark that, we would still be, Nebing and Shunya, showed no debt payments in 2023. So, which, you know, again, is possible given the level of infrastructure in the community. Fort Francis, I'm not sure why they show none. So I'm not sure if if they actually had zero, or again, if it's just when the FIR was uploaded, that information went to a different line and ended up getting a tag there. So I'm sure you guys are anxious for this slide because it's the last slide. So here's the summary. So this is an initial draft. So prioritizes mandatory spending, it's like the staff agreements, agency, but includes a full list of the desired cap projects. I think the problem with that self-inventory, it's honestly 147% is unsustainable. The good folks at Gillies almost got ran out of town at 26 or 27%. So I think that at 147, the pitchforks and torches.
None of us would have to worry about re-election next year.
It's true. There will be a new council.
We'd have to be worried about being alive for the next election.
So,
You gotta get to that election point.
so what do we gotta do? We gotta sit around and make the cuts and come up with it. So, so that's, yes, Councillor.
The other things you can do is draw from reserves and draw more debt.
Yeah, oh, I didn't put that down. I think I had it in an earlier revenue slide. But yeah, so there are ways we can increase revenue side there. So less is on the tax levy as well, yes.
Well, about getting more debt, when you looked at the orange versus the blue, those orange dollars interest you get absolutely nothing for, so you don't want to make that any larger. That's money for nothing you waste, so don't do that. Don't go in the hole like that.
Yeah, but again, like I said, but this is a one time. So if we did this next year, you would see that the blue is bigger than the orange, right? So this is just
Well,
because these are
hopefully it
for
better
year.
go that way,
Yeah,
yes.
this is just because the Infrastructure Ontario loan will likely be issued to us in January.
Mhm.
That's why. So we're starting the pit. So that's why it's principal heavy, or
Mhm.
sorry, interest heavy
Interest
this
heavy.
year. But if you were to look at us across the you know, the swath of municipalities, the 200 and $50, 200, I think it's $290 is low compared to you know, the city and neighboring municipalities, and it is certainly is a very manageable level. So, but yeah.
Goodness, O'Connor's got a high for
Yeah.
a municipality that size.
That's high. It's got a high one. So,
Yeah.
So again, they don't give you the details, so you don't know how long that.
Well, they
that
built a
those-
new building
Yeah.
a few years ago, so that might be
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't know how long that some of these are. Like the city of Thunder Bay, that's going to be perpetual, right?
Mhm.
Like that level is going to be perpetual, maybe increasing, right? So Conmy and O'Connor, it could be one building for 10 years and it's coming off. But, again, they might need to, the strategy would be is that one building comes off, then another building comes on, right? Or something like that. So you don't know. Okay, so,
Okay.
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 So that's all I got. Do we want to take a break?
Well, just one moment. I was handed this by the chief here.
Oh,
We had a resolution adopting the agenda. It's been moved and seconded, but it was not voted on, you said?
That's correct.
Okay. So we have the adoption of the agenda resolution. It's been moved and seconded. Any additions or changes? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Yeah, make her happy.
yeah, that's what happens when you have an acting mayor, eh?
That's right.
The zest doesn't follow the rules.
You see, that's what you notice what my comments were. I don't have any notes.
We were just gonna go Wild West without you, Lucy.
You might have had it all
There
done.
we did.
Okay.
Okay, so should we have a 10-minute, 10-minute break and then?
That's a good idea.
That's to it, okay.
Up to you guys.
We're here for that.
Yeah, so, the museum asked that they could do their
Yeah,
discussion.
we'll do them first.
So, yeah, I said 11. I nailed it.
You nailed it right on,
I
but we
know.
are going to have a quick little.
And, I have not heard
No. Okay, so I think, guess I would imagine that we'd all like to go to page 34 for the museum. You'd like to come forward, please?
Check for the record.
Or if we'll have questions or whatever on the budget, we or have for museum, we now have an expert here. Who's going to give us all the answers.
Press the green.
So. Okay. Would ask first if there's any questions on the revenue side of the budget. For any reason? Have questions? No? Okay, then we'll go, of course, to the expenditures. The expenditures have gone down, which is what we like to see, but we may have some questions as to why. Councillor Peacock?
Thank you. I see that there's an expense towards the purchase of sorry, let me get back to goods for resale. We have no proceeds from there. We had purchased a number of items for the concession. Is that where that would fall into? Because like I say, over the summer, there were sandwiches and ice cream and all kinds of things purchased. So perhaps those bills were allocated elsewhere.
So to Councillor Peacock, the 2025 actuals for the budget,
Mhm.
or sorry, for the museum
Mhm.
are currently being tallied. We received the information from the museum curator in October, and we are putting it all together. So it didn't make most of it didn't make the Q3 reporting that was done for September 30th.
Yeah.
So in terms of individual line items, the year-to-date numbers need to be updated,
Yes.
and hopefully can be updated before the next budget review session.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's say 511. It's an actual, or I'm sorry, that's 24.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, okay, any other questions in regards to expenditures? Yes, Wayne?
Just looking at the so resale. So it's 2,500 for 2026. And above it says goods sold is 1,000. So I'm wondering if that's right, because in 2025, the goods for resale, the cost was 2,000 and the revenue was 3,500.
Yeah, I'll have to revisit those numbers. They were probably based on the sales projections that we had to date. So I'll revisit the revenue numbers once I get more information from the museum itself.
So they all are coming for the fourth quarter then?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're all coming. So I'll, like I said, once I get more information from the museum, I'll update those.
Okay, and then just ask the question, the ones that are highlighted or in red, general maintenance, your budget was 15,025. And it actually was spent about 8,000. But that's a third quarter. Is there a fourth quarter that's going to bring it up to the 15,000, or is some of it deferred till next year?
I believe with regards to general maintenance, those are primarily costs incurred by Chris's staff. So I
Okay.
believe they were current to the third quarter.
Okay.
So
Okay, any other questions, Councillor Peacock?
It was my understanding that there were two air conditioners purchased for the buildings at the OPHP, and they have yet to be installed, so we would have those costs incurred this year, if I can direct that.
okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah, the same principle. The bills came in after the end of the third quarter, projection, but as you can see in the capital, the revenue for the requested expense for budgetary is half because we did purchase them.
Okay. Okay, so now we're at capital.
Yeah, maybe.
Yes, you can go through it, sure.
Well, good morning. Yeah, I thought before we got into the actual numbers, we could step back just very briefly. I know you've got a lot on your agenda, but back in September 2023, the museum board presented to council some items in response to the sustainable asset plan that was done. And in that presentation, we highlighted three main items that we thought were priorities for the museum and the park. One was to maintain or don't demolish any buildings without giving the opportunity for maintenance, retrofitting, and marketing. So at that point in time, we felt it was premature to do anything like that. And there's always been a couple of buildings that have been in question. But we did recommend that. And we did do fine. I mean, we moved forward, made some progress. I think that we did a capital improvement to the general store and the market square. Through the help of Chris's operation, we've cleaned up the site quite nicely and continue to do that on a yearly basis. So we're moving forward in a nice direction, I think. Rome wasn't built in a day, as we know that, but we're hopefully moving in the right direction. We also talked about allocating a maintenance percentage to be budgeted annually. And I think that was as a result of a recommendation from the asset management people. And we haven't done that. So what we've sort of taken the attitude, I guess, over the last 2 or 3 years that we'll budget capital items that have to be done. We'll use our general maintenance to keep the smaller things going. So we've taken that strategy versus just allocating a straight 3%. And then we also recommended to use the reserve fund for some of those capital items. As you know, we've applied on 2 occasions over the last 3 years for funding. One for the improvement of the front entrance of the general store and the market square. We were unsuccessful at that. We applied last year to the Trillium Fund to redo the second floor of the general store, and we were not successful on that. But we're continuing to move in that direction. So we will continue to apply for funding for capital items that we think that we've got an opportunity to get some help with. So a number of accomplishments that we've had that I think is worth noting. We now have the development of the Friends of Heritage Park. 2 or 3 years ago, that was just a dream, or not a dream, but a thought. Now we have it incorporated. We have a board of directors. They're applying for charitable status. They have assisted with volunteers this year, and they've also received some funding through some of the initiatives that they've done. So hopefully over the next couple of years, we'll start to see some funding from them flow back into the park, which will assist the municipality. We have decided through our strategic plan, which we've had in place for a couple of years now, is that the success of getting people into the park is primarily through special events. Just having the doors open and hoping people are going to show up, it's not going to happen. So the special events that we have these classic days, we have a racing memorial weekend, and a number of events like that, which even this year, one weekend, we brought in about 300 people. So I think that's a good strategy and it's moving forward that way. We're working on digitizing the records for the artifacts. And as I said, we're continuing to submit proposals. So as we move on to the budget items, the capital budget items, we're going to continue to do use general maintenance to do the small stuff. The priority item this year is probably to replace the roof on the Teachridge. We budgeted that at $2,750, and we'd like to have the train station painted. It's starting to look pretty shabby, and we've submitted a budget of $8,500 for that. As we move forward in terms of proposing to do some capital stuff, it was recommended that we do an electrical assessment on the buildings in the park. So if we have to do some major changes to the buildings, that we will have the electrical capability of doing that. That has already, I believe, gone to council and been approved. So that's in the process, and we've allocated $3,500 for that assessment. Also, the museum board has recommended to council recently that we do an assessment on the Red Barn in terms of what condition it is in for us to access it. We've had in the budget for the last 2 or 3 years to repair the entrance ways for the barn, but there seems to be a concern now that we would want to make sure that that barn is structurally in a good position, that we could go into it, start to clear out some of the artifacts, either sell them or scrap them. And we've also had a proposal from the Friends that they would like to start to do that as we go into 2026, which I think fits very nicely in what we're trying to do. And then there's other things that we want to do, which is in the budget. There's the installation of downspouts on the Duke Hunt Museum. We would like to do a pavilion ramp. We had a couple of situations this year where it was not accessible for people on site because there's steps going up into the pavilion, and the pavilion's used for events where people have to get out of the weather or whatever. So we put $1,750 in the capital. And then there's a number of other items that through Chris here and through some of the items that were identified by Jean, that we've listed that in the capital. So that's where we sit. I think we're looking at probably asking for about 23,000 more than the 2024 budget in terms of budget to budget. And if there's any questions, I'll try to answer. Obviously, Jean is incapacitated, so she might have more detail than I would, but
Okay. So Councillor Peacock?
Thank you. When we were at the museum meeting last, we had talked about digitizing the artifacts and the possibility of a student or a shared usage of a staff member with the administration as well as the museum. So I don't know if that expense has been included in the salaries or if it was kind of after the fact. I wasn't sure.
I think it was after the fact.
Per to some discussions with the CAO, in the administration budget, we have added a position that we believe we applied to Northern Ontario Heritage Fund for an intern. That person could work for administration as well as during the summer months, perhaps providing some time at the Heritage Park.
Any other questions about the expenses or comments? Councillor Viss?
Yes, I guess first of all, and you know where I'm coming from on this, I sat on that board 2 terms in a row. Originally, there was a plan, and I think that plan is still in place whereby we sold a number of things and so on and combined one and the other, so we'd run one operation, which ended up now where we're on 61. That money was all put aside, and there's some $400,000 in reserves because we sold all those things to make the thing work. Can we not, like, for instance, I look at this budget now, if you look at the deficit, there's $23,000 difference from last year, this year. And so if you look $23,000 out of the surplus to do what they want to do, then they break right even 0 from last year. So is that not where that reserve is for, to upgrade and improve what we have? I thought that was my understanding is why that money was put away. So if that's the case, and it's the intent of this council to keep the thing operating, then I think that's the route we should take. It's an improvement so that they can draw more people in again. So if they only took 23,000 out of it, then the budget is exactly the deficit. The bottom line is exactly the same as last year. So there's no increase in the fees at all. So just a thought.
I believe it would be appropriate to use the reserve to cover the deficit and capital items, to fund the capital expenses that we decide on for the year. That's probably an appropriate use of that reserve. I believe that would be consistent with what it was intended for. So if at the end of this exercise, we decide on what the capital projects we want to move forward with, I will make a note and put those monies, cover those expenses with reserves.
Well, I appreciate that. If I may, then I think it's up to the museum prioritize what they would like to see that needs to be done. Sitting here, I don't know what is a priority for them. What is the benefit from this year versus next year, so on. I think it needs to the board come to us or to John and say these are priorities which will make our better operation for next year. Otherwise, I can't tell you what it's going to be.
To me, they personally prioritized the first 4 items, items number 1, 2, 3, and 4. So which are different than the first 4 items on your list, but number 1, replace Teatridge roof, paint the train station, the downspouts, and the pavilion ramp were the 4 items that they had placed their highest priority on. The other items, I believe the first half dozen items or so relate to an unsuccessful grant from previous years that they're hoping through a different funding mechanism may be successful. So I don't know if including those and carrying those forward is something we want to do, or.
Also, I was wondering about, we had agreed to do have a report on the electrical inspection, but were we not going to get a report in regards to the building itself?
Those were 2025 items. Believe that they've already been approved by council.
Not going to get we were going to get an assessment done by a professional?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so that's a 25.
Yes. And I believe the asset manager has already done the work to start the process to secure the contracts.
Sorry, Wayne?
We won't be doing that work till 2026. So we'd have to pull the money out of the reserve to do it. In any event, it's coming out of the reserve. If you look at your reserve page.
Yes.
This thing?
There.
Yeah, you can see the museum reserve. It's the second last line at the bottom there.
56,000.
Yeah, that's after taking out the 21,000 to contribute to the second floor of the general store.
Yep.
So from the 356, almost 357,000, there'd be this Red Barn assessment, plus whatever other items, as Councillor Viss suggested, that is in the museum capital that could be done with this money. So
Just noticed the building assessment wasn't in here, but I knew we had agreed to it. It was coming out of reserve.
place for it would be RFP, and we'll find out what it is.
Okay, thank you. is everyone in agreement with the suggestion to pull those numbers out of the reserve? Councillor Peacock, you had a,
Sorry, I just had one further question. The upstairs ceiling, was that not something that they wanted to preserve?
Well, I think it was, it was certainly suggested that we would, if we did go ahead with the second floor of the general store, that we did want to preserve that ceiling. So we've spoken about how do we take it down, preserve it, put it, do whatever we have to do, put it back up. So that's all kind of the thought process around that retrofit,
Okay,
if we get the funding for it.
yeah.
Right. But yes, it was, there was electrical piece, there was steel roofing on the back of it, the egress off so there's a number of items there that was part of that.
I just thought that the ceiling was unique, so that's
It
why you
was.
wanted to keep it.
It was,
Yes,
yes.
thank you.
okay, so just asking the question again, if you're in agreement with the thoughts of Councillor Bisson, Treasurer?
Yep.
Then we can pull those amounts. Once the amount is determined, that will come out of this actual budget. Or the reserve will be put in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not sure, I guess this would be about a $29,000 withdrawal from the reserve if all the capital items are covered.
That would be up to the.
29,000 plus the 21,000 from the other one, so it'd be 50,000 this year from that beginning balance of 377. Because I guess my question is, are we gonna go strike some of these items off the list, or?
That would be their decision if they wanted to take some of that. You said the first four were the most important?
Yes.
Well, and then you'd have to look at the numbers, and if they decide not to do
Okay.
them, then that would be less coming out of the reserve.
Okay.
Okay.
And if the money is not spent, it goes back into the reserve
Stays in.
anyways, at the end of the year.
Right,
Right,
right. Okay, no, I just,
Mayor Lucy, that was my point, like, let the board come back to either the council or to John and say, okay, and then we'll make the final decision, because I can't tell you what is needed, okay?
No. but you're trying to keep it identical to last year.
No. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, in cost.
So through the chair, the project 1 to project 11, as listed, were presented to me by the curator. All those projects are internal. Those are for parts only, so it's a commitment of staff to do that work.
Okay.
Just so we're aware. So to the point of approving the transfer today, you're allocating work to the employees today.
Okay.
That's the intent. So if it's not about if the museum board wants to do it, it was expressed to me, these are going to be done.
Yeah.
So if you bless the 21,000 or whatever it is to transfer to cover the costs of the 26 capital, then those 11 items will get done. The remaining carryover from 2025 is presented is still grant dependent. So it's
Yeah.
only the 11 and the electrical inspection that are getting done in 2026 at this time.
At this time. Okay,
Yeah.
so yes, there is no cost. Yeah, okay, see what you're saying. Any other comments? No, okay, we shall, thank you very much for coming today. Oh, Councillor Peacock, did you have something?
I was just looking at the 11 items that are in the capital. It ends at the replacement of the roof for the teacherage, and yet painting the train station, the downspouts, and the ramp for the pavilion and the railing. That the last one in particular, that would be a health and safety item, would it not? And would those possibly not be included in the things that the staff could work on?
Through the chair, I don't see what you're looking at. Item 1 to 11 includes capital 1 to capital 11. Flipping the page will all be performed by community services.
you have to look at the number.
I
on the-
apologize.
not
Yes,
well,
I was
Yeah.
counting the line items. Okay,
Oh.
I apologize. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
So, yeah, so those first, I don't know, whatever, 10 items that have numbers from 2025 budget. and are moved over to 2026. Those are strictly grant related. So if
Yeah.
we don't get the grant, then we're not
Then it
going to
doesn't
do them, I guess.
Correct.
But then the other ones from the air conditioning down to the electrical, those will come out of reserves for 2026 as well. So, okay, that's easy enough to do. I guess it just.
Did you have twin? Yes.
I just want to say once again, then the Red Barn assessment as well, if we decide to do it, it's coming out of the reserve. And
Reserve,
I have
yes.
no idea what that might be. But maybe it'll be $20,000, maybe it'll be something else.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? No? Yes.
Yeah, just come back to me again on that. We're going to do an assessment on the Red Barn. The cost of that was,
What
wasn't it somebody going in there to do that assessment for us?
Probably would.
Or just electrical?
No,
Oh,
electric-
that's right. There's that company coming in. That was $3,600 to do that assessment for the barn. That's
electrical, 3,500 for the,
what was for the Red Barn, we?
Well, there's health and safety elements and
Yeah.
also structural.
don't have a cost yet.
We
No,
don't have
that's
a
right.
cost yet. We haven't issued an RFP yet.
Exactly, but when we just have somebody going to tell us what we have to do there, that doesn't commit us to doing it.
No.
But if it all of a sudden comes in at 50,000, well, we're not gonna fix the barn for 50,000.
We issue an RFP, if the price comes.
Yeah, just to get the information what's required. Okay.
And if
Well-
it's a safe building.
Okay, as long as we're, okay, I want to make sure we're all on that same page. Okay, yeah.
You could get a
I'm not
price.
committing to doing it.
And as I said before, the assessment is strictly so we can go into it
That's right.
Yeah.
and perhaps use it as storage. We're not gonna have any dances in there or anything like
Okay.
that.
Might occur is you get your assessment and it says, okay, you have to do this, this, and this, and with a Class C estimate attached to it. So the story may be that you need to do X number of dollars of work before you can safely have your employees in there doing things, et cetera, and tell you what you need to do in that
And then
regard.
we'll agree to that when we see that cost.
And the
Okay,
museum board
yeah.
as well.
We're not committing to that. That's right. Okay.
But we're gonna be committed to someone,
Just to give us an estimate what it takes to get
Yeah.
in there.
if we decide to award it, yeah.
Same electrical, yes. Okay, anything else? No, thank you very much for coming today.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. Is the idea to start at 1 and move down? Best way to go, start at 1 and move down.
Did we want to do maybe planning and building? So Ms. Reed doesn't have to sit here all day? I'm not sure.
I don't think she wants to sit here all day either. I
All
wouldn't,
right, we'll go planning.
I wouldn't. either. Planning and development.
What page over here? Planning, page 40.
I have no problem with this budget. It's $1,000 less than last year. Councilor Peacock?
I just have a suggestion with regard to the official plan review. We're not now anticipating to do that for a few more years. So would it not be wise to carry over that $6,000 and have that like we do for the election? We have an amount that's carried over every year. So that way, because by the time you're looking at consultants and all kinds of things, I'm sure that the official plan review is going to cost us more than $6,000 down the road. So is it possible to carry that forward? Just a suggestion. Anybody's thoughts?
I'll be honest, I have no idea what an official plan review will cost. But, okay. I can look into it and then we can, if it is like $50,000 or something, then we can do like we do with the planning manager shaking her head saying it won't be that high. So.
It's just a review, not a redo. So it's substantially less than a redo, which would be above the 50,000. I would, yeah.
Yes, Wayne?
I recall there were two things that we had to do. There was, just to sort of take a look at it, the 5-year looky-see, which is cheap. And then there's a redo every 10 years, which is more costly.
You don't fully redo it though. It's still a review at the 10-year mark unless your official plan is completely outdated and needs to be redone. We can still hire a consultant to do a review of it, but there's like our official plan is not bad.
No, because we have basically a new one because it was done after amalgamation. That's the only reason really that it was done, took so long too, was that because we combined the two municipalities, so it's not that old in the years of official plans.
No, I'm not comparing official plan ages.
That's right.
So,
Yeah,
looking at dog years.
yes,
Okay.
yes. So it is basically review. I don't have a problem with just leaving it and it's leaving it out. I don't, when the time comes, the money would be coming out of reserves anyway.
Yeah.
For this plan.
So there is just one minor adjustment to this, and I don't know the impact yet. But we will be adding approximately 1 month of additional salary as there'll be a transition between one of the staff members. So there'll be an overlap of between when the current position holder and the new person takes over. Can ask the planning manager more details,
Mhm.
but that was a request you made of me, so I will add that to the future budget.
And I had a question also, there's no honorariums. Are these people gonna work for nothing now?
Yeah, I'm gonna review that
Okay.
as well.
I just noticed that had 0, so that will change the numbers somewhat. Because right now, like you said, you're basically equal to last year's budget, but you're not, you're $35,000 more. Because once you add the honorariums, if it's that amount, then is it not? Carrie's
Sorry,
not.
I'm just confused about that. You mean that it hasn't been tracked for this year yet?
Well, there isn't any number in the budget line for
There was no,
zoning honorariums.
Yes, there is at the bottom.
Yeah, it's an expense.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah, so they were,
an expense right here.
yeah, so it was Committee of Adjustment honorariums, the
Okay.
planning zoning honorariums were just,
That was, okay.
so
It's just because it's in capital, I'm going, oh, where is it?
I'm not sure why, I think, must be in capital because it's a very old one, I guess, I don't know.
And Lakehead Rural Planning Board, they pay, I guess, when they can, but do we anticipate getting more from them, or what's the status with Lakehead Rural Planning Board?
No, you won't get more from them because the province is not giving them any more money.
We haven't received the provincial funding yet for this year.
Yeah, it's already December.
Yeah, that's good.
So right now, are you living on a loan from Oliver Papunj? Or you're still maintaining, you can still run the,
And we have to transfer from reserve funds into our main account so that we can pay.
Yeah.
Oliver Papunj.
okay. I think that having been said, have we sent any letters to the province in regards to this at all?
As late as last week, they were still emailing me for clarification on some funding things.
Okay, so they are looking at it and working on it.
I believe so, yeah. I'm gonna send them an email this week and ask.
Okay,
if
otherwise
we
we'll
can
have to send
anticipate
them,
it.
well, otherwise we'll have to send an official letter
Yeah.
to them, or should, from the Lakehead Rural Planning Board saying, look, we can't do your work if you don't pay us. The threat of picking up all the boxes and putting them in the truck and take it to them about 10 years ago worked. Because we did get paid very quickly. So if you have to use that threat, then
This is certainly the latest it's been since I.
yes. Yeah. Okay. All righty, any other questions?
So all I'm saying then is what
Oh.
we hear from the treasurer is that the overlap doesn't exceed $1,000 anyway, so we're within the budget numbers here, so it's fine
No, the overlap cost will be around $5,000, but
for 1 month's salary.
yeah.
for one person.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what people make.
Oh,
nowadays.
okay, a training,
That's what Camp Puff.
Oh, the treasurer had outlined there might be more details from the planner on that item. I'm wondering if she could give us a little update on that.
Yeah, so since we have a temporary planning administrator right now, and we know her end date, we can hire in advance of that so that there can be overlap as far as training, which is for the first time that we've been able to do that, which would be very beneficial.
Of course it would be, yes, to have someone training you that's been doing the job for sure. Yes.
I'm just wondering if we may need to put further funding into the consultant fees with a number of developments that are proposed within our municipality in the next year, possibly, industrial and commercial development. Are we okay with a reduced budget as opposed to what we had for 2025?
That's just Jeff Port. And he's been cutting back the amount of work that he does with us, so it's really only based on what I need. So I think that would be suitable.
Okay.
Further questions? So the numbers might change for
But if
In a
in a small amount.
5,000 maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. All righty. Any other questions or concerns? No? Okay.
We'd be building, which is on page 13.
Hmm. There it is. Building. Basically have stayed the same, more or less.
So one thing to note on the building, and I'm not gonna, tell you what to do one way or another. But you can see there's a transfer from reserve of 29,000. And what that reflects is the fact that that our current rates haven't been adjusted in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're not, even though we have, a lot of building within the municipality, they're currently not enough to recover all the costs. So it might be worth considering a increase in the rate so that we don't have to draw from reserves.
Mhm.
These reserves are from building, being in the past where we've been over.
Right.
But right, currently this year, although this year we did get that big influx now with the OPG project, so we may not be in a deficit, but we would project if we don't change our rates.
So this would be a good wake-up call to relook at that.
That's my suggest.
We did just increase our fees, our rates for building in the last year or two. And we were waiting to see how that would work out
Okay.
before we changed anything else. So this is new to me.
I just noted on the reserve schedule, we have 84,000 in that reserve. We have to take off the 30,000 those, so we still have 54,000 left there. But I think that's the intent of the building reserve, right? To sort of be a rate smoother sort of thing.
Yeah,
Fee
we're
smoother.
supposed to balance it.
So we're sitting on 84,000. We're gonna pull out 30 and we can maybe forestall having another fee increase. But again, you can look at that in the next year.
Yes.
I guess to be fair, that's, if you're taking 30,000 out, you've only got 2 years and a little bit left of transfers. So it would be, we certainly don't want to be in a position where we're in a We've used the entire reserve up and we're still in a deficit
Right.
position.
Right.
Yeah, we should be looking at.
Definitely gotta be
It's a
looking
good
at
thing
that.
to look at, yes.
But
Chris?
through the chair, also the revenue is only recognized the third quarter. So when you're looking at the reserve transfer, it's not a total picture until you see the year end.
That's right.
So yes, we may be saying 29,000, but it could be a lot less than that.
Yeah,
So to the third, quarter, yes.
yeah, the unknown with 2026 building permits is what projects are gonna get done. But given the general, I guess, economic estimates, housing starts are expected to be historically lower next year than they are, been in the past. So we may have some commercial industrial to make up, to make it over 70. But single family housing starts are expected to be lower next year than they were this year. And how that, like, that's at a macro level, how that translates to Oliver Papoonge, I mean, that's.
You have a subdivision that's coming back to us. I would presume that Mr. De Gregorio's increase of housing lots there would be going to 2026, or would it be later? Because,
I'm not sure. I don't know yet.
oh, you don't, okay, because I thought that would be a large increase of homes added to building permits to the municipality, yes.
Through the chair, I think in early January, or maybe the meeting in December, Wayne's got a report coming forward that shows where our development's going in the next 5 years. I think it's a
Okay.
5-year outlook.
Okay.
But again, come back to Council Campoff, I agree with that. We shouldn't be pulling 1/3 of it out. That's ridiculous to do that. I mean, we need to look at, and if the fee increase needs to be, so put it in place, so recovery, so we're cost even, so.
It would be nice to know how it compares to other municipalities that are
That would help.
perhaps that size or whatever, what their rates would be. Okay, alrighty.
For the next meeting, I can try and find benchmarking for other municipalities, and then.
Okay.
And then see how it does.
Okay.
But if there are, if we do have a good estimate for 2026 building permits, then that would be useful too, so.
Okay, alrighty. We've made it.
And then, sorry, just one more item. The salaries for building are a percentage of planning. So I think there may be that small increase in planning will also
We'll come into
come
this.
into here, a
Yeah.
small percentage of it as well.
Hmm.
So, but I don't think this will be closer to the $1,000 that Councillor Viss was suggesting.
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Alrighty. That's it.
Economic development.
Look at economic development. How many jobs do you have, girl?
Just the thing.
Look at, that's on page 18. Oh, we're almost there. Because yours are so simple. Problem. Any questions in regards to this budget?
It's the calendar.
Calendars. That's right. I see no problems with it.
For the past 2 years, we haven't been able to get the revenue we'd anticipated for them. I don't know what else we can do to promote it, but because then the rest of it, the revenue that isn't received for the calendar gets printed and it comes out of whether it be the fire department or other internal agencies and advertised. Am I correct with that?
It looks like they're pretty darn close. So the budget was 54,000 and I'm not sure about the third quarter. It says that it's 52,000, $5,250 was revenue.
That's 20.
Oh, sorry, 4,650. I'm always looking at the wrong line. It notices here that, yeah, how much difference is that? I think it's good to have the fire department in every month saying, check your fire alarm or this month and we're having more businesses moving into the municipality. Maybe it's time to go visit some of the new ones. And they may come up with advertising.
We do update the list of who we contact every year as well.
I do know the calendar is a hot thing.
Yeah, there were some upset people here on Friday because calendars.
I know, it's really, they're gone very quickly. Any other comments?
No.
No? Okay,
Thank you.
you can leave. Thank you very much, Carrie. Is lunch here? Yeah. Oh, it is. Well, then we better have lunch and before we all. Before we lose this. Maybe the same people are still in the Persians.
Yeah, when you were late, the first thing Councillor Kamphoff said was, I get her lunch.
Oh, you're gonna be here through the whole thing? Oh, okay.
It's riveting.
Everybody like start at 8?
You don't want to be the first on the agenda. He's been around you too long. Wait till they get softened up a little bit.
That's all right.
Ah, boy, Sean.
Maybe tired by then.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good to go.
We're good to go. Okay. So we got administration on page 9.
Okay, yeah, so the administration, one thing to note, we have a line for 1 GIB investment income, but we're not showing anything because, the plan is to keep that money, growing for us, so that's just a little, kind of a heads up. But the big change, for administration is, we're not, really anticipating any provincial grant funding for the year. We don't have anything going. Most of our funds will get maybe some stragglers, OCIF money coming in, that kind of stuff, but we don't have anything for there. So that's the big change. So the comparable from budget to budget, but versus the actual, we're gonna be down. So
And
yeah.
no Bell lease agreement?
Sorry?
Bell lease.
Bell lease.
Oh, the
agreement?
Bell lease, yeah, sorry, we haven't invoiced them yet, actually, we just invoiced them. And so I checked and it goes for next year, so I should add the 8204, I think I have it. So I should add that, so it still continues. We do have an NOHFC intern, for 35,000, and I kind of talked about that. Which is, the idea being is that, NOHFC pays, about 35 grand to hire a qualified intern, college or university grad. But our cost would be about 60, and we would spread that, cost eventually between, maybe the museum, administration here, that type of stuff. We haven't really been getting a lot of support from Canada Summer Jobs for students. We were down to 1 student last year for $8,000, or sorry, I think maybe it was around $8,000 or something like that. So a quarter or less than half of what they made. So that's so we're thinking maybe a NOHSC intern. NOHSC apparently is eager to fund these internship positions. I was at they came to MFOA last year and talked about, hey, apply for these. We've got a lot. They want to get them out the door. So, and because we're not profit, we qualify. So yeah, and that's
Any questions on the income, Councillor Campbell?
on the revenue side of it.
Yes.
Yeah, just so this power dam payment, like, do those things ever change, or are static? Always the same thing?
It's static. It's a payment in lieu of taxes. Unfortunately, for us, the government gets to decide what that amount is.
Yeah.
But it should be more when you've got brand new buildings there.
You would think.
I agree. If $200 million, building, you would think that the
More than
it
6,700.
should pay more, but unfortunately, hydro generating infrastructure is exempt from municipal taxation. So I guess because they would just pass the costs on to the
Sure.
good people of Ontario.
Mhm.
But if we're housing it in our municipality and it's providing electricity to, say the good folks of Fort Francis and Marathon, right?
Yeah.
So, but no, unfortunately, we are not able to change that. So, yeah.
Okay.
A couple of questions with regard to, excuse me, the recreation insurance cost recovery. You have nothing budgeted for 2026. Is there a reason for that, or is that's kind of like a windfall we can't
No,
say?
that was in the budgets for the rentals of the the hulls and the ice and that kind of stuff. So, yeah, so I'll shift it. I can shift
As
it
an
up.
estimate of what we
Yeah.
can anticipate for that?
Because we hadn't budgeted in the past, but yeah, so it's, I think it's like, can't remember the amount, but it's a relatively small charge per hour.
Right.
Because, but some of our users do have their own insurance, so they're exempt, but, a lot of them use our insurance, so.
And what is the WSIB surplus fund? How does that?
So so I don't know if you've been listening to the radio or not, but they have a commercial. So WSAB has a $1.2 billion surplus. And they're distributing it back to everyone who paid premiums.
Yes.
For overpayments for the last, whatever number of years.
The last
So-
couple of years, I
Yeah,
think for
so
2
we've been-
years already they have.
Yeah, so we've been getting payments, for the last couple of years. So
Mm.
the payments will extend into 2026 as well, so. So,
Okay.
Councilor Cowan?
The POA, so that's the fine money we get? Is that what that is from?
That's our portion of the
Portion of the-
fines.
yeah.
Yeah, from the city of,
Yeah.
Mhm.
the city of Thunder Bay gets the lion's share, but
Yeah.
we get a proportion and
Mhm.
all the other.
Well, They sure have gone up. You budgeted 30,000 last
Mm-hmm.
year, or this year, and you got 62.
Yeah,
Must be catching more people.
well, what happened though is so back in 2020, 2021,
They didn't give.
22,
anything.
it was very
Mhm.
low because the courts were closed down for
Right.
COVID and stuff. And so in 2024, there was a big catch up and stuff, and 23 to 24, there's a catch up. So we originally, I think, an original first draft of the budget at 50, but we brought it down to be conservative.
Yeah.
But it looks like we're trending in that 50 to 60 range.
Nice.
So we put 50 in this year.
Good.
So,
And I think last year you spoke about the possibility of increasing the fees for tax certificates and building certificates. And that didn't happen. And I think if you did a comparable with the other municipalities in our area and what they charge, I think you would find that we are very bottom of the barrel.
yeah, I actually, I have that report. I haven't brought it to council yet. This was gonna be part of a broader review of all the fees and stuff that we charge. So we had the summer student, one of the things that she was looking at doing was going through all of our old bylaws and all that stuff and trying to clean that up and put together something. So I do have a report on the tax certificates. We are the lowest. We charge $25, which Councillor Peacock was in the hallway, and she heard me complaining about a lawyer who sent in a request today for a tax certificate that's due today. Anyways, so we are for a sale of property that's due today, because apparently somebody bought a house and closed it on the same day, which obviously is the lawyer didn't do their job. But anyway, so yeah, so we are at the lowest at $25. I'm proposing to raise it to 75. And I'm also proposing that if it's less than 3 days notice, it's $500. So that's just an example of the free review. So that is a report to council. I'm just waiting on the other fees.
It is strange because I've know a few people that they've asked me questions on that because they sold something. And they just said, well, the lawyer never got it, didn't get it at all even,
Yeah.
and sales go through.
Yeah.
And then later on, they got problems.
Yeah, I've actually had a couple of cases where where people have come back to me and said, why did I get this property tax? This was like just recently. You complained to me about why did I get this property tax bill? Because the person, whatever, should have paid it. I'm like, you're the person on record. You should have this should have been part of your sale.
Lawyer. Yeah.
It should have been part of the reconciliation. And with the address, there was no tax, because I got a record of everyone gets like every property with a tax certificate. Your lawyer didn't request a tax certificate. So I said, call your lawyer. He's got insurance for that.
Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
so anyways, but yeah, so like I said, so I'm raising it, but yeah, so.
Okay.
So anyway, so that's the revenue side. So not really much of a change. The big change is the 35 for NOHSC intern.
Mhm.
So in terms of administration salaries, the staffing level is going to really stay the same in terms of our administration staff. We just have an increase due to the cost of living adjustment per the agreement. And then we are adding like I said, the interim, the intern for NOHFC, so that's a separate line item below. So, and then staff development, we're staying the same. Employee mental health, yeah, we're looking to, I mean, we didn't put in, mileage, is where it's being recorded, it's not showing up as a line item, so I'm not showing it separately anymore. Then health and safety, we haven't spent as much, so although we may have some first aid courses coming up that we want to do in February, so we may be interested in increasing that back to the original budget level. Emergency management was shifted to the emergency management because we now have a whole department under the new GL for emergency management. IT computers, the rest of these are pretty consistent with where they were in previous years. The actual for the audit for 2025 is a bit high because it includes some stuff that was done from last year's audit that was billed this year, plus some of the library audit costs were captured as part of the retendering, that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I don't know if any other items that stand out in terms of insurance. So we just got for 2025, we just got the final bill for cyber, and plus then there's a final adjustment, a refund that we get. So that will be applied, and then I will distribute the cost to the departments since I have a final cost. So in the next whatever actuals, you'll see them distributed costs. And these costs represent the distributed costs. The insurance company doesn't have a final number for 2026, but they told me between 5% and 7% is what they're thinking now, is what the costs increase will be. I think we have a pretty good claim record this year, so LRCA mapping, that actual is there's 78, 60, some of it should be actually in agencies. It was just posted incorrectly. So that'll be fixed up. And the rest are more or less consistent with previous years. So that's the operating component. Yeah. So
I have a question with regard to travel and convention. We only have $1,000 in there, and are we not registered to have traffic or air travel and
yeah, that's under a staff, that usually ends up in a different account. That's the Roma that you're is where.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
So that gets recorded part of the councils and stuff.
Oh, I was gonna say,
Oh, and
staff
council
development, like. in
And staff
Port-au-Sale
development.
Is in staff development, yes, I see that.
and
So
then
your councils and Wayne, if he goes, is in staff development.
I see. Okay, so I was looking through the resolutions that we'd passed over the year,
Mhm.
and we had expenses for Shout Media. It was $22,500 plus tax.
Yeah,
And then there's a fee of $70 monthly and $150 as well in accordance with the bylaw 59. So I was just wondering, are they in with like IT or whereabouts are those expenses?
yeah. So the shout would be lower in the capital expenditures, 1246. It's 9158.
Mhm.
Sorry, yeah.
But there's no expense for 2026 in there.
Are we going to be carrying that forward? I don't know.
Well,
imagine it's supposed to be done by the end of the
Yeah.
year, so.
Yeah, so it should be done.
But
for
there's
2025.
an additional charge of $70 monthly and $150.
Yeah, that would be part of our contracted services.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the monthly stuff is so that's separate then from the website redevelopment,
Okay.
which is expected, my understanding was expected to be completed this year, so. So that's why it's not carried forward in the budget for capital items.
And then is there a line item for the e-voting? Is it because it's based on population for next year, or is that in the election, the money that we put away each year?
So that's in the elections that we put away each
Okay.
year. So there's 24,000 in reserves for the election.
Mm-hmm.
And that when we get the
That
election
would
expenses.
Covered
we
the
will
e-voting? Okay.
Cover that.
And the summer students that we had, they were shared between administration, fire department and roads. I think
So we
had to take it from reserve.
So, yeah, so we had a summer student that we received Canada Summer Jobs funding for, and that was an administration individual.
Mhm.
And then there were summer students that we hired, even though we didn't get the Canada Summer Job,
Mhm.
and they were charged to the fire department and into the public works department.
Because it's into the working funds reserve, because that's where it said.
No, they would,
Resolution said.
right. So on the line item, they're not charged directly to working fund reserve in the line item. Working fund reserve covers the expense. Right? So they're charged to student salaries, which I think for fire is
So the-
2115.
The transfer just has to be done on.
The transfer will be, the
Okay.
transfer will be done
Okay.
on there. So, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, so.
Okay.
Is there any questions of the administration expenditures? There's no capital that I could see or.
No, there's a whole page of
Whole page.
capital.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
oh, here it is.
So, in terms of capital, there's the carry forward for the office roof, which I think I mentioned in the earlier presentation about their discussion about the BCA. The price has gone up, which I also think I mentioned, the prices are going up. And then the other items are new. I can speak to the security system server. So we've got T-Baytel to price out putting cameras, monitor and stuff on the on the exterior of this office, Public Works garage, and the fire stations.
Mhm.
Just to upgrade the security because we don't have anything like that now. And so they came back with quotes for each of the individual buildings. And for here, it would be about $8,000. And what they are recommending is, because we have multiple buildings and multiple sites, is that we get basically as cameras and then like a dedicated kind of server to store, archive all of the different cameras, the video, so that we can go back,
Right.
in 2 weeks and say, oh, what happened at, at Roslyn Fire Hall
Right.
or what happened here or whatever. So that type of stuff. So that's the cost. And then,
Community centers, are they included as well?
sorry?
Are the community centers included as well?
No, they weren't on the list. Just simply because I didn't think of them.
Yeah.
No
So
reason other than
we
that.
haven't really had any problems for a
So,
little while.
yeah.
I was just thinking the library, oftentimes the librarian is there alone as well. So whether it be an interior one, just
Yeah.
a thought when we get to library.
Yeah, I would think that the cost for again, I don't know the layouts of the community centers, because they come in and they do a footprint of it.
Mhm.
So, but I would think they'd be comparable to the municipal office if you wanted to add those as well.
That's up to
It's up to you,
management
but
to
it
tell
was
us.
just an oversight on my part, because I didn't think about them, so. And then I'll let the Director of Operations talk to the other capital items if there's
I have a question on that. On the Crossroad development, are you talking about 130 and 1117 there?
Through the chair, this has to do with the proposed development in behind us at the former LeBrun property, Road A and Road B. We would have components, if that goes forward, that we would have capital work to do.
Oh, okay, that's what that is. Okay. So if it doesn't happen, then it just,
Through the chair, that's correct. It's funded by reserves. We're just writing the dollars in now in case it happens after July 1st.
oh, okay, thank you.
But we don't have it in as revenue from reserves right now. So it's
That's-
kind of shown as an expense, but not an income.
That's
They should-
correct. So we can either put it in the budget now, net zero, or we put it in, approve it, and then no money gets spent until it's met.
Okay, so, well, it's up, I'll leave that up to management
It
to
has
decide.
more so to do with after July 1st.
Okay,
Because that changes a whole lot. because
well, it will, because 250,000 spent.
A quarter of a
income.
million, that's right.
If it was in revenue, then I would zero it out for the year. It happens or doesn't happen. But
Yeah, if we did, we could take it from working reserves to cover it.
yeah, it's
Or-
just because it kind of
Yep.
gives us a wrong number at the end of the day,
Yes,
because it really isn't an expense if it's going to be paid for by reserves.
that's correct.
Through the
Is it-
chair,
But
through the chair, it's directly related to infrastructure that's already there that we would have to work with the developer. It's nothing to do with a developer agreement or anything along that lines. It has to do with the infrastructure that would have to be developed to tie in the project, so to speak, on road right of ways that we currently own.
any combination of these activities could be covered by reserves.
Oh, I know that,
Like,
yeah, you're right.
So whatever. So if you,
If you don't need to, then that's good. Okay,
Councillor Peacock has a question.
Are we going through each of these items or like Chris, would you be able to speak to each of them or?
I created them, so let's go.
Okay, because I was just gonna ask, I didn't realize we had 2 well pumps here.
Yes, we do.
Okay,
let's start at the top, move down.
good plan. Mhm.
Jumping all. So the airflow and energy study, we've talked about how there's a problem with this building. No problem. Okay,
26,000 was report to council last meeting.
Yes.
Dwayne spoke to that. It's in this year's budget. Water treatment, replace water fixtures and replace 2 well pumps and the water line are all part and parcel to the overall objective as spelled out in the report to BCA, with discussion in last year's ongoing meetings. It's a continuation of the project. Phase 1 is done. Sign relocation is prudent to go hand in hand with the contributions. The sign would have to move. Part and parcel with what we're doing with Union Gas. When they move their infrastructure, we would have to move ours at the same time.
okay,
And then we have the backdoor extension exclosure, which was over budget last year. It's not been put back in. And back to furnace office furniture upgrade is the 3 people that currently reside in the back office.
mhm.
Our existing facilities are used and hand-me-downs, and that's going to change hopefully.
Are they worth that much money?
So the price of one of the office desks that we're looking at is $3,000.
Just wondering if the 3 persons are worth the money, I'm not.
3 people that are in there,
Priceless.
3 people that are in there have been
Very-
avoiding the purchasing, so to speak, until the full layout is configured in the back.
Yeah.
We're getting very close to that, so we felt it was prudent to upgrade our furniture.
Perfect.
And it doesn't fall very far from everybody else that's come into the building getting what they want as well. So those prices are related to what we saw for costing in over the last couple of years.
Perfect.
And the 15,000 for Rosin Water Treatment Plant, the generator that's there is now undersized to run the facility. So part of the recommendations in the Rosin Water Treatment Plant in the budget is a new generator there. And then bring the old one over to here, tie it into the gas, and then try it into the transfer switch. And then we'll be up and running here as an EOC on the minute the power goes down, this generator will fire up.
Yep. Any questions, Councillor Peacock?
Sorry, Councillor Viss. Are there any electrical upgrades that are gonna have to be done to this building to have the generator working or anything like that?
Nope.
No? Okay.
Councillor Viss, you had a question?
No,
Oh, okay, I thought. Sorry. Nothing else? Everyone's happy with the numbers? Well, let's not say happy, but.
So just for direction,
more.
so with regards to the contributions for Crossroads, so we have, the alternative is, we can leave it in the budget right now where we have it and there's no associated revenue with it.
Mhm.
We can, leave it in the budget and draw from a working fund reserves to cover that amount. Or we can exclude it from the budget, and if the item comes back to us, then we can pull the money out of reserves in 2026 because we don't have a certainty on it. But the complication with that is that I guess July 1st, this becomes a lame duck council.
I would put it in the budget. I would also put it coming out of reserve, so it zeroes out.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen.
Okay,
But
no,
it does make the expense number go down 250,000 at the end.
2.5% tax
what I mean.
decrease.
Exactly, it's gotta be in there.
It's, to me, that,
Yeah.
Okay.
in my mind, it just kind of, it's gonna cash itself out anyways, so.
And the other items we will fund through the levy then?
And do we not need to have that contribution for Crossroad Development in there because it ties back to the sign relocation and replacement with the Union Gas project?
No,
Through the
we
chair,
agreed to have it in there, Donna. We're just also putting the money
Yes.
coming out of,
But that's what I'm saying, that expense has to,
the sign relocation should go at the same time as the gas company, just for economy of scale to be,
Yes,
we're
that
gonna be
has to
working with the gas company. It's best to move that sign. For those of you that driven by the sign, it's getting a little bit beat up. It's time
Yes.
to go. Whether the Crossroads development happens or not prior to July 1st, I'm not certain
Yeah.
at this time. But the sign should definitely be moved. It is in the way for further
Mhm.
development in this
no, I'd
corridor.
like to see it in there, yes. Perfect. Anything else? Any other questions? No? Okay.
Okay.
We have the agencies on the next page. I'm not sure if there's much to discuss on that, but
Yeah, so in regards to agencies, as most of these, MPAC, I believe or MPAC has provided me their number or their estimate for the year. DSAB and, some of the others, they haven't provided me an update. The police, that number is probably the least certain because the Thunder Bay Police Service is negotiating right now their contract, and potentially there'll be retroactive wage adjustments, which may make that number even higher than it is.
And
So,
at our LRMC meeting, Jim, who's on the DSAB board, said they had settled for 3.3% increase overall, but that means we're going higher than that, because we're always higher than the,
yeah,
but that he did say that because he said that was the overall budget increase that they had finished their budget.
so we get more because
I know
we're so well
the
managed.
way, the way that the system works, we get more and some of the other people get
Yeah,
cut.
exactly. It's not across the board, eh? That's the trouble.
Yeah. But anyways, I thought I'd mention the 3.3.
and that is the figure that was approved last week at the Thunder Bay District Health Unit.
3.3 for the health unit as well?
The 17803.
Okay,
Yeah,
the health unit.
that's the levy. Yeah.
They gave me the number. So like I said, the big uncertainty is the police. Not, and the rest of them, we don't have any control over. I mean, I guess we could choose not to give $500 for the vets, but in the grand scheme of things,
I think that the Agricultural Society would like to see, the agricultural residents would like to see the $500 in there.
yeah, but like I said, that's probably one of the only ones where we have any discretion on. So, okay. So no questions or no other questions or comments on that one? Okay,
Great.
buildings next, we covered that.
We did that one already.
Okay,
Law enforcement.
law enforcement, we had a good year in dog tag sales. So, hopefully, next year we'll be able to pick it up even more and hit our budget target. And fines, I guess everyone's been toeing the line in all of our fines this year. So, but the one thing is that you'll see there's an increase. I guess we're looking that the current officer may be retiring, and we'll have to bring someone else in. So that's so that reflects that change, and the rest are pretty consistent with it. Yep.
Oh, Councillor
Check,
Gass.
yeah, I had that highlighted because you got a 70% increase. Is that because we're gonna try and get to a 5-day-a-week by law enforcement officer? Is that the intent?
our officers retiring.
Yes, he's told me that, but I mean, he's 3 days a week. The 70% increase, does that bring him up to 5 days a week work? Still only 3 days.
Chris wants to answer that question.
Through the chair, this covers off a certain amount of time of overage with the two here, training and such. Council, if directed, can parlay when that job description comes forward for prior to advertising. It's premature at this time to say what it's going to be. If council wishes 5 day a week, that would have to be advertised at time of the job posting,
Mhm.
if that's what they wish to do. And then the budget would reflect in that. This allows for an overage of staff for a short period of time. It also, you'll see the supplies are up because the uniforms need to be bought, which haven't been accounted for in the last couple of years. So uniforms, business cards, cell phone, all would have to change over, and there's repairs required to that truck.
Mayor Lucia, I wonder if we could move that discussion, whether go 3 to 5 days or whatever, in camera session, because maybe want to talk personality, so you shouldn't have that out in the open.
So
You know,
we're
I,
not going to talk about an identifiable person.
no, and I think maybe we need to, because this tomorrow's our Wednesday meeting has some issues there, and then that been brought forth by staff, so it does something to do with the bylaw for officers, so I think we really need to look at that 3 to 5 days.
We can look at it
Thank you.
tomorrow, certainly. As it is now, we'll just leave this one alone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Big increase.
So there's no other questions on the bylaw? No, okay. Yeah, so we'll move to the cemetery. For the most cost or part, the expenses are borne by Public Works. And so we have a consistent transfer between the departments for the Public Works hours and supervisor time, that type of stuff. Those are the primary costs for the cemetery. The two items that we have in terms of capital is the cemetery board has put forward a request, which we included last year of increasing the columbarium at some point in time, and a cost of about $50,000. They thought that, $4,000 a year for the next 12 years when the useful life was projected to be done with the new one would be prudent. And they've also this year put forward a request to start accumulating a reserve to improve the roadways within in the cemetery. I believe they're passable, but they have some concerns over the long time, and rather than having a large amount come due at one time, they'd like to set aside a reserve. So that's what the $10,000 is for. So
Okay. Councilor Peacock?
Thank you. The perpetual care interest, that's something, is that an entry that has to be done? Like I don't see there was anything actual for 24 and nothing yet for 25. Is that a year-end entry that has to, I know it's something different that has to be done with regard to that perpetual care.
yes, so that's an entry that gets done at the end of the year with when we divide the interest.
Is it based on sales?
No, it's based on the account balance in the different in the reserve, and they have their own separate account as well. So it's based on the distribution of that amount. So we did it in 2024 for the financials. Just the financials were done after we did the the quarterly report. So it didn't get reflected in 2024. And again, it'll get done at the year end when we take all the interests.
Is there a reason why the cemetery license was so much last year?
There was some catch up on different things. So
Yeah, been delayed, so then I'll have to get, actually Beth explained it during the meeting there, but
Okay,
catch up, but I should be back to normal now.
okay.
Okay.
So
Any other questions? So now we go to council. This one is smaller.
Yeah, so basically the wages just reflect the standard adjustment. I think the conference and mileage, I'm going to have to increase that back to the original amount because the Roma expenses are going to be coming in. So we'll have those. So I'll move that back to the to 7,000. And then so on the other items are pretty standard. The only thing we added was training. We increased it just because, you know, there's an election and possibly gonna have people come into for the new council members. Or maybe it's all you guys back, so there won't be any training required, but.
Yeah, another change here in the council initiatives. There's another $2,000 for the Morello seniors Christmas
CHT,
party.
yeah.
Oh, that's where you got the, okay.
Yeah, that's to replenish their reserve fund.
Can I ask you what the dollar number was you put in for that?
2.
And that's for next year also. We covered this year and then next year, okay? Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Peacock?
I know that our treasurer has talked about this before. Is there any way to track the council initiatives? We give a hall, we give a nice rental, we give, but it's in the books, but there's nothing, or it's in the minutes rather, but there's nothing that indicates what department is.
Yeah, in the new GL that we have, there are actually accounts for the donations that are made by council for that kind of stuff. So we can,
Offset by department.
so we can,
Yeah.
offset by department. So if going forward, if we choose to do that, we can, if you say whatever, agree to lease the hall, we can put $145. We can charge $145 to the hall revenue and $145 to this, if that's what.
Just, it'd be interesting to see how much we do donate back to the community.
Yeah, we do have a draft report
Mhm.
on that. It's not in a format to bring to council yet. Still bouncing it around with the management team.
Mhm.
But there's always a trade-off between what's the information worth to you and the time it takes to put it together. So, you know, these things that we do,
Mhm.
donating to this group or that group,
Mhm.
recording all those non-cash transactions, maybe they amount to, you know, $20,000 or
Mhm.
30,000. Is it worth doing the bookkeeping for it? That's what you need to consider. Eh?
Because like now it was just about 6,000 was spent last year.
And those are actual expenditures, like cash money out the door.
Cash,
Mhm.
yeah.
Rather than,
The other ones,
Rather
there is
than
no money.
internal-
We're just giving somebody a free rental.
yeah,
So there's no money.
no
So
money.
I don't think that we have to have you spend your time making a list of that. We agree to it at a council meeting. That's good enough. The council agrees to that. You know, telling someone you don't have to pay for the lease or the rent of the hall. There's no money involved.
Yeah, I mean, it is recorded in the council,
Yeah.
like the minutes for, and this resolutions for that meeting. So it is captured somewhere. But you know, whatever ends up being, whatever you guys decide in the GL, just know that the new GL, we can do it that way. It's not an accounting issue at this point anymore going forward.
There's the other type of thing that we don't record right now as well, like property tax rebates.
Right, we don't, yeah, right, we don't record.
So that's something else to do. Is it worth doing? The curling club was asking us about what support we give to them.
Mhm.
We give them a tax rebate that's worth whatever it is, 3,000 a year.
Well,
Should we be
Mhm.
recording that right now? We just,
Yeah.
it doesn't get recorded.
And Rural 60 would
Rural
fall
60.
into that?
Yes, we're all
Yes.
62.
Mhm.
They don't pay any.
Could be recorded, but is it worth doing it in your books? That's what we need to think about.
For
Yeah, as
transparency purposes, I think it is.
Yeah, I mean, there is an argument for transparency. So, as I said, there's, a guy has, Rory, he's an English guy. I can't remember what his name is. Rory Callahan or something like that. Anyways, he has a YouTube thing and it's called Financian. And basically he did a whole discussion about this, which is why are all of these office jobs growing? Why are there so many box checking jobs? And it's because of the idea of this perceived need for all this information.
Right.
And then, what's really the value of all the information? And this is what you're coming
have
to
to weigh
that.
that.
So,
Yeah.
I'm, like I said, I'm, whatever under directed, I don't have a strong opinion. We can do it going forward in the new GL if it's something that you guys
Maybe
want
we
to do.
should be.
So, it's, yeah.
If it was 500,000, I would be really interested knowing where the money went, or even 50.
Yeah, I would suspect that but the halls, it's, it's not even, it's a couple $100 to rent the hall, and if we do it, if you do it 20, whatever, 10 times, it's $2,000, right? So I don't, whatever, but.
And then now 2,000 for the Christmas tea, that's 2,000.
Yeah, the Christmas tea one is because we're recording that because we're moving money into the reserve, and they're going to take actual cash money to cover different expenses associated with that. But we're not, that 2,000 isn't going to be reduced by the cost to use the hall for a day. So.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. We have economic development has been done. Now we're on fire and emergency services. Sorry, you're not the last one.
So I'll just give you a quick 10-second overview of the revenue, and then I'll let Sean speak mostly to the rest of it and stuff. So again, we're fairly consistent with most of the items. There was a cost recovery, and this well, I don't know, we're again, Sean gave you the details for 90,000.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll get it, and hopefully it will be in 2026. So that's really the only thing that's outstanding there, but yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, the MTO callouts, I just left it the same. It is down from what it was last year, but that's based on accidents. One accident could be that in total amount. Thunder Bay 9, that is a cost recovery item. We don't have the invoice yet. I don't think we get it till March.
The one from the railroad track? Thank you.
Yep. And it is in the expense side. RTC, there, we've got fewer courses. That's why that revenue is down. So it's based on the courses that were approved for at full capacity. And then, yeah, surplus equipment.
I just had one question which came to mind when I was looking at this. You fought the fire at GFL. No, yeah.
Yes.
Is there not, aren't they not supposed to pay for whatever bills? Did we get bills from the city for their equipment?
Yeah, so that's in 2025. We've received the bill and we've invoiced them.
Okay.
So that's, I think
That
we
would be in the
added,
25.
we added a reserve in here for mutual aid calls to cover that kind of stuff.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, that GFL was, this year, we got the bill, we've paid it, I believe, and we've invoiced, company for it. So
I was just wondering.
They've
'Cause-
indicated they're gonna pay her.
when I had the meeting with them, they said there was gonna be no issues, so.
Okay.
We haven't received it yet.
I'd have to check with, receivables. I
No,
don't.
it hasn't even been a couple of weeks yet. So.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
With the fire master plan, it did indicate that the RTC expenses and revenue were to be a separate account, not with the fire department. I'm just wondering, with the new GL, has that been arranged?
With the new GL, fire, emergency services, and the RTC are 3 separate departments. So they will be recorded separately for each of them. But for budget purposes, because this is the easiest format for you guys to review it, they're in this format.
Okay.
Okay, expenditures. So really the biggest increase in the operating expense is in the officer salaries. This is, we've got the review, council direction to do the reorganization in the fire department. That's in progress. We've got to the point of job specs and positions basically hammered out. So we've put money in there to potentially offset officers. So that's where that increase is there. It's an estimate on what we think is gonna get paid. It has to be approved by council, the positions, and then the rates of pay for it. So that's really the biggest increase in the operating for the fire department. I don't know that there's anything else really to, I dropped the pump or the ladder testing was 8,500 in 2025. It is, it was down this year, so I dropped that budget amount. Couple of the other ones, minor equipment and radios, I upped them a little bit to help offset the operations costs, just to offset the expenses that we're seeing in 2025. 2176, that's that mutual aid. That's where that GFL invoice is in. Right, so that's offset. It's showing up as an actual for 2025, but it has been invoiced out. Voyant alert and emergency management, so that's moved over into the fire operating budget. That's part of the increase in the overall as well. And then the 90,000, that Thunder Bay 9 is listed in the 2026 budget as well. So that's just offsetting the expense to the revenue. Getting into the repair and maintenance for all the buildings, they were increased a flat percentage based on this year, along with the heat and hydro for each station. And then going down into the vehicles, the increases that you see in there are based on repairs that I know are coming in 2026. For example, if a truck, the safety identified that the tires need to get changed, then I added into the operating. There are some repairs on pumper 11 specifically, with a valve. One of the big intake valves has to get replaced or rebuilt. So that's basically where the increases come in on the repair and maintenance for the vehicles.
With regard to the fire department, on the first page with expenditures, the fire public educator and benefits for the public educator. There was a budget last year with nothing expended, and again, nothing for 2026. Is that something that is required? Is that not the?
So that is, yeah, and I think that's a breakdown from the officer salaries. John, correct me if I'm wrong, right? So the positions got broken down into different, so there's still a bit of an overlap where it's in that officer salaries, but in the new GLs, it gets broken down, correct?
Yeah. Okay. And then with regard to the internet, does Heckabecca and Murillo, do they not already have internet there? Or is that?
Yeah, they have it. They're just, those are the monthly charges.
Is it in with the telephone at the present time, the expenses?
Yeah, so, but under the new GL, we have internet and telephone separated. so.
Okay. All right.
Okay, any questions? Other questions? No? Now we've gone to capital.
So into the capital. So there's 168.
Sorry, if I just might, sorry to interrupt, just, you see those two red boxes?
Yes.
Those were moved down to reserves. So we do have them, Sean mentioned them, the mutual assistant, M&R assistance and the mutual aid. They're moved down to page 23. So just to clear that out. They're on the bottom of page 23. Fire transfer to reserves.
Oh, there you, okay.
So just to clear that. Sorry,
Yeah,
Sean.
that's okay. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, so the M&R, we were putting money away each year because typically we get bills from the M&R that we can't recover costs from.
That's right.
So to build up a reserve, and then mutual aid, that is something that's coming down the pipe that mutual aid is reciprocating. So getting a ladder truck from the city is not mutual aid. So to start build up a reserve in case we have to ask for assistance that's not covered under mutual aid.
Okay.
So some, they may be cost recovery, they may not. Okay, so the 168, that's the grants not awarded, so that is the fire service protection grant. They estimate 16,000 per station, which gives us about 90,000 potentially. I overachieve on that. I put in for 170,000. And the amount that you're awarded is based on the number of applications divided by the total amount. So I put in high, and if by some chance departments don't put in, there's more money available, and then we have the opportunity to spend more. The way that grant works is as long as it's in the application, there's no restrictions to what you spend it on, as long as it's covered in that application. So if we put in for hoods, for example, and I put in the application for 100 hoods, they'll just say you get the money, and if I want to buy 1,000 hoods, I can do it if the money's there. So I put lots in this application so that we have opportunity to spend it if we get awarded. I'm expecting 90,000 in grant money on that, but it could be as high as 170. And then when we get down into the highlighted capital items, they are specific to that grant.
I was just gonna say that's covered by the grant. Okay.
Okay, so kind of halfway down, these are my requests through the officer group in terms of capital items. So we're looking to get AEDs for the pumpers, 2 of them. We do have AEDs on all the rescues, but many times we have incidents where there are no rescues on scene. So this is more health and safety for firefighters. So I'm looking for 2 of them to go on our main pumpers. Tables at the KB station for the training upstairs. The tables are old and beat up. 2 laptops, one for the training at Kakabeka. Right now, we've got one of the old towers that's obsolete. And one of them is, one of the laptops is for the inspector to be able to get into Fire Pro. Right now, they use a tablet, which is not, doesn't allow her to get into Fire Pro. So I'm looking for 2 laptops. SCBA cylinders. So we did over the last couple of years buy new SCBA units with cylinders. Those cylinders have a 15-year life. So I would like to start buying 2 every year so that we're not hit with basically 40 cylinders that are all due in two years. So to start buying every year so we stay ahead of that replacement of those cylinders. Class C design quote, 100,000. That's on the working group for the fire station. That's if we get something put together to council that we've got money in the budget to be able to get a quote on the potential replacement of that station. 800,000 for pumper 11, which is a pumper rescue replacement. Pumper 11 is stationed in Kakabeka. That's a 2002 chassis, so it is 23 years old. Pumper 11 is starting to face a lot of breakdowns with just suspension airbags, compressors. It's a tired truck. Pumper 31 located in Intala. Looking to replace that with a pumper tanker. That is the exact same vintage as pumper 11, so that's at 23 years. Rescue 14, that's the command vehicle. That went in for safety in September, and I was told that it will not pass safety next September. The frame is rotting out on it, so that truck will be putting in to replace that for a command, and that'll be the same, basically same trucks as the Rescue 39 and 90 that we just replaced, the 4x4s. So Intala shower, 39,000. There's potential for grant. I put in for the grant for the Intala shower. So it's highlighted because whether we get the grant money or not, the showers in the stations is a health and safety cancer prevention item. So a portion of that could be covered by the grant, along with the diesel exhaust in Intala. Another health and safety thing, and I did include it. It does qualify for the cancer prevention bucket in there. Shower for Murillo, shower for Stanley. and the Stanley diesel exhaust. So the diesel exhaust from Murillo was purchased. It's in the process of being installed as we speak. Stanley does not have the diesel exhaust or a shower in there. Slate shower is in here, and the diesel exhaust was purchased at Slate, so that is covered off. Some cutoff tools, basically they're operational tools for the fire department. Those are forcible entry tools. I've put in for some more supply hose, 10 more lengths. Put in for some forestry hose. That's basically a pumping unit of hose. We got grant money to get 2 units, was it last year or the year before? And all of that equipment got used on that fire over here. So with what's going on in the wildfire world, I think it's prudent that we have some more forestry hose. The key fob station and cameras, John alluded to the cameras part. And I'd like to, right now we got the punch code on the doors, and it works. But the issue is that if we have, how do I say this right? If we have an issue with somebody and we have to get them off the fire department, we have to get in right away to change those door codes from a security standpoint. I'd like to go to key fobs so that I can just revoke a key fob. You just hit it on the door. I know when you come and go. I can issue them to people like Sassy and those people that are going in the stations, and we've got much more control over who's coming and going. And like I say, more importantly, if John is we got to kick him off the fire department and he's vindictive, I can turn his key fob off right now, and none of us running around to change the codes on the doors, which is like a 2-day process. So that's what that is, along with the Wi-Fi. So some of the stations have Wi-Fi, some of them don't. Radio repeaters. So we're looking to put a repeater in a truck. That'll help us with the dead zone. So our small portable radios can hit the repeater in the truck and give us more power to talk to CAC or to stations and things like that.
Who James was.
That was James's. I should have taken that out, but that was his
idea,
his request through the.
It wasn't the brand name of.
Oh,
No.
The repeater.
Yeah.
The captain.
He's doing the captains, and just to keep track, most of these things were put in by the captains for capital requests. So I put in for a fire supply trailer. So what this is a cube trailer that can get pulled by the new rescues that we have. And we've had 2 calls. We've got foam that we purchased a couple years ago. They're 5-gallon pails. We've got 15 of them. Right now, they're sitting at one of the stations, and if we need them, somebody has to race with their pickup truck, hand bomb them into a pickup and bring them to the scene. That with a rehab tent, rehab benches, the spare fire cache that we got grant money, all of that would go into the supply trailer so we could hook up to it and go instead of hand bombing. So that's what that is. And I know fire prevention is looking for somewhere to put prevention material to bring to functions instead of hand bombing it into personal pickup trucks. So that is a tandem axle cube trailer.
Have you got a place to put it?
It would go into Stanley, probably is where it's going to go. Large diameter intake hoses, that's in line with our high volume water supply. We bought high vol hose. Some of the trucks were purchased without big intakes. So this is the next couple items are all has to do with high vol drafting. So intakes, low level strainers, and floating docks.
Sorry, Sean. The floating docks, does that pertain to the dry wells or
no?
What are they for?
What that allows us to do is it's a strainer that goes on the end of the suction hose and it floats. So we can throw it in, and instead of going down onto the floor of the pond, like in a creek or something, it stays up at the top and we're not sucking all the debris off the bottom.
So a dock isn't really a dock, like it's like a docking station as opposed to a dock?
That's a good question. I don't know why they've been called floating docks, but it's basically a big tube that floats on top of the water. That and they've always been called floating docks. So Dry wells, so this is, basically putting, standpipes at, three of the locations, Miller Heights, McCluskey and Hannah. That allow us to, it's a permanent setup that we can hook the truck up to and draft water out of. McCluskey, when Chris did the culvert this year, he made a turnaround there, so there's room for us. Hannah, we did that a bunch of years ago, but you know, Hannah specifically, we gotta go down the bank to the riverside with a pump to push it up. This would allow us just to hook up, and so it's like a hydrant, but it's a dry hydrant that allows us to pull out of the. So then a lot of the rest of these are asset management stuff, except for the KB Generac, so 63,000. So the stations are all wired to run off of generators. During the last power outage, we actually had a course going on at the RTC, and that the generator was not big enough to power the computers and the whole station. Given that that's an alternate EOC, that's a bit of a problem. So I'm asking to put in a system much like the one that Chris is talking about here. But we'd have to purchase the unit. I think it's like a 10,000 K.
Yeah, through the chair, it's 7.5 kilowatt.
But it would be off the natural gas and automatics, and it would power the entire station. So that's kind of both an emergency management and a fire station thing.
With regard to that, is there an opportunity that we could see if there are grants available at all for both the generators required for KB station and here?
So
Perhaps we
grants
could
are always
look
on
at that.
my radar, and if there are grants available, then I would. I know the grant, there's an emergency management grant that this would fall under. We won it the first year, and it's not open to us. I asked the question at the last emergency management meeting when it's gonna open again, and they wouldn't answer it, so I don't know when we're gonna be qualified again for it.
And with regard to the dry wells, do you have to get a permit or something from the Conservation Authority?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so the domestic water, 3 doors, that's all asset management stuff. I don't know if you want to speak to any of that, Chris, or
Oh, through the chair, the vintage of the domestic water supply, we're looking at water pumps in all our wells. They've been missed for 10 years that I've been here. So all these down wells need to be looked at, especially the ones that don't get as much use because they rust up based on the high iron in their water. So well inspections are on the priority for 2026 across the board.
okay, so then we get into these highlighted items, and these are grant. So I put in there for 10 sets of the bunker gear. The grant is again cancer prevention. So there's 4 buckets for cancer prevention, and they added 1 for lithium ion. One of the buckets has to do with extra sets of bunker gear, which speeds up the back into service. So 10 sets, that's would be for our interior attack people. Same with the gloves. It's an extra set of firefighter gloves for everybody. The SCBA adapters, these go into our current masks with the filters that allows us to filter particulates out when we're doing overhaul and whatnot. Lithium ion, that was one new bucket list in the grant. So I put in for nozzle kits to deal with lithium ion batteries, specifically cars. Another drying rack and another gear extractor. That's decontamination. And then I just put in supplies. That's just to bump up so we take advantage of all the money. Those items there are all if we get grant money. I'm not asking. The Intela washroom and exhaust, grant money or not, it needs to get done.
Just a question back to Chris on the water pumps, because they don't hardly get used. But my understanding is they have fire hall duty every week. So in the list of requirements that they do, check tires and whatever all there is, maybe there should be an item, run the water pump for half an hour each week, and then that should take care of your pumps running.
Yeah, it's more so the some of them are dug wells, some of them are drilled wells. We have got to take the caps off the wells and see what things are looking like down there. We haven't been down wells at any of our buildings since I've been here.
I never look at mine either. I don't want to look in there.
Yeah, you end up looking when they don't work.
That's right. I don't
As
want
far
to
as-
look at it and get nervous, right?
As far as looking at our 17 buildings, the wells are the priority this year.
No, I was just bringing back the pump,
Yeah.
and I heard you say, and that's true. If it just it will rust away, but when they have fire hall duty every week, just run the thing a half an hour, and that's probably more than you would in every house, so.
Active.
Yeah, they do get used, but just not consistently.
But
Until they don't work.
Till they don't-
then you operate it. Okay.
Sean, can I just ask if the projects that we had approved through resolutions this past year, whether it be withdrawing from a working funds reserve or otherwise, we had the dump valve that we bought in the States. We had radios, the Kakabeka station, the hydraulics, a change order for 93, diesel exhaust as well as particulate hoods. Are any of these still outstanding?
So there's a report coming there's hose and there's the last of the capital items. The tender's been out and it's been, I think it closes tomorrow, I think. Hydraulics, that's all delivered and in service. Everything's done. The only thing that's outstanding that went out today is the decontamination kits as part of the grant money. Everything else has been out, either awarded or closing here in the next couple days.
Okay. Nothing worse than getting bills at the end of the year. Right, play catch up.
Yes, Councillor.
Well, just to comment, at the end of, when you look at the surplus deficit, so on, when you look at that, we gotta look at something there because you're looking at a 78% increase, and so I don't think that's gonna be hard to swallow, a 78% increase, so I don't know where council wants to go, but if we're not gonna do anything there, we're in deep trouble, but we'll be at the 147% before the day's out.
Either that, or you look at reserves and or loans.
Yeah, the fire department doesn't have quite that much money in reserves, that's the problem.
We used much of the reserves on the previous 5 vehicle purchases.
Correct. Yes.
We're down on those particular reserves.
And I'll speak, part of the issue specific to vehicles is that there's a backlog in replacing vehicles. And it's up to council whether we do 1 of them, 3 of them, or none of them. It's entirely up to council on it. My job is to bring forward that these trucks are aged out. It's the same for the station quote. It's the same, well, for all of them. Generac, these are things that I feel we need. And I'm not getting them all. I know that, right? It's 78% or I realize that, but.
Well, if I may, like Generac, that's a very nice thing. It's an automatic thing. You can't go wrong. As soon as the power goes off, it automatically kicks in and you're all fired up just like a complete thing. I think back when we live on Boulder Road, how often do we out power? Now, having said that, I realized this year it was 11 hours out, okay? But that was because they were doing major work on the lines. But on the average of power outage, boy, there isn't very much. We have a big diesel generator at the farm, and by God, we have to bring somebody in because you see, we don't run it enough because you don't hardly need it. You could have a small one, it'll open your doors and do all that kind of stuff, so you can still operate, is my point. So maybe there's something out another year or something we could look at. I'm just saying, we're just looking at some things, but 78% you can't. I don't know, I can't accept that. So I don't know where everybody else sits on that, so.
Yeah, the Kakabeka station, the only difference with that is that it is an alternate EOC, and
Certainly
we
is.
learned from that power outage that we can't, because we had computers running with the Wi-Fi. I ended up bringing my personal one over, which was just big enough to run it. So, I mean, that's a learning experience that it's not big enough to run if that is an EOC.
Yeah.
But again, we've lasted, I've been on the department 30 years and we've lasted without.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things, we got to look at it and figure out what to do.
Okay.
Any thoughts?
I'm not saying yes yet, right?
Well, no, the point is, though, I think we need to point those things out, though, because we do have to take a look. I mean, that's what we're here for. And I understand, I like the fire department because they do a lot of good things. They're for safety for people, and if not only fire, but but there is a limit of, how much can we swallow? And that's the decision this council is going to have to make. And I appreciate what you're doing. Don't get me wrong. I sat on there this year, and so I know how things worked, and they all have an opportunity because they have requirements for their hall, and rightfully so. And if they can get it, that's fine, and sometimes we just have to compromise and just do somewhere. That's all I'm trying to say. That's it.
So is it council's wish just to keep a tab on this one and keep going, and then look at we know what the final numbers are. Good, but, okay, no more questions? All righty, general recreation?
Okay, so, okay.
Looks good.
Oh, you transferred the landfill salaries and cemetery costs to this as well.
Yeah, so far as general rec goes, again, there's not a big change in any of the items.
4%.
The biggest item is that the rec guys are getting their 4% wage increase.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's pretty consistent between things. Director of Public Works can, if have any questions about the vehicles or that type of stuff, he can answer them. Like I said, most items are consistent with where they were of what we spent previously. So the big drivers there are in terms of operations, like I said, are the 4% wage increase for the employees, and the rest are just really cost changes, with gas and all that kind of stuff. So nothing major. This is my message on this one. And then we can get to capitals next, but in terms of operations, there's
But John, even if if we're looking at everybody, and hopefully your staff will take that all home after today, not home, back in their office, okay? And look at things, and we're looking at reductions all over, and as small as it is, every small little bit helps, and you take a look, minor equipment purchases from $2,500 to $4,000. I know they're only around just a 4% up increase, but even that would bring us down even a little bit again. So if everybody goes back and says, okay, we got to see where we can cut a little bit, there's one item you could maybe take a look at and say, okay, bring it back to 25, you save $1,500 there. Every $1,500 counts toward the end of that day when we get done here. And that's just an example. And I'm hoping senior staff, each department will go over and say, where can I save a few dollars to get us out of that 147% increase?
Yeah, I can go back. I can take a look at fuel usage, that type of stuff. I mean, based on where we're trending, we can maybe save a couple of thousand, but we also have a vehicle that a third vehicle, or sorry, not a third vehicle, a fifth vehicle in the fleet, the ambulance. So that will increase it, that kind of stuff. But yeah, we can go through some of these items and see what we can come up with. But yeah.
John.
Through the chair, specific to the overhead, this isn't just a 1-day snapshot. This is what we incorporate throughout the course of a year and go back a couple of years. So the overhead items, as much as flat as they are, to Councillor Biss's point, I know I need a whole bunch of weed whacking material and I need a set of blades for 2 zero mowers. So that's a minor equipment purchase. It's not a capital item.
Yeah.
We're not seeing any increase in our fleet size as far as the general rec stuff, but I do know that I need a bunch of stuff next year, miscellaneous supplies to get up and running. And An oil filter's $39 now for a zero turn mower.
Yeah. You heard that?
What's the MMA pavilion? Is
That's
that going to happen only if?
Are you,
grant-
you skip the capital? Okay.
You gone?
Oh, I had no problem with the other.
Oh, I just,
Go ahead.
with regard to the exit for like for 2025, I see that the Murillo and the Kakabeka and in Tola, the rink costs for repair and maintenance are more than what was budget. By chance, was any of the NOHFC expenses captured in the wrong account?
Well, we'll go through each of, through these accounts to see if we can find some items that are eligible for, to recover from NOHSC. But, you know, given, that they're, you know, a couple $100 within budget, you know, it's,
A couple $1,000 in budget? When it was 250
Through
for
the
the
chair, the
budget.
specific to Kekabeka R&M, that was a bunch of lights that got blown out.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong account.
that's okay. And then as far as the fuel goes, it's to be charged to each piece of equipment, correct? With do they use the fob station that's at the garage?
Bob stations for fuel and diesel clear and colored only, not regular.
Right.
This fleet is all gas related except for the new ambulance.
Yeah, so we can track, so if you go to, Santarelli's,
Yeah.
it's recorded which vehicle got the gas.
Right.
So we
Is it-
can, when we get to, when the new GL system, we can track it to the vehicle.
Okay,
Well-
because there's nothing allocated here. It's just
Currently
strictly
it's
in
not.
fuel.
Yeah.
Okay.
But in the old system, it was just strictly to fuel. But now now each vehicle is. So,
Okay.
okay, and then terms of capital, the big thing is our request for, NOHFC funding, which covers the major item, the pavilion, which I'll let the Director of Operations speak to. And then we just have some carry forward work done at the rinks as well. So to wrap those up, hopefully wrap up all of the NHSC.
So that, yeah, those items, that one item I was speaking about, the pavilion for Murillo, is that Murillo?
Correct.
Can you tell me what that is for? Is that for?
Through the chair, that is to build a 30x42 pavilion in and around the Murillo Minor Athletic Baseball C-can that we put together, reusing the wood that was provided by OPG.
Okay, I remember now.
So
Thank
that grant application for 85,000 of work has been, as early as last week, been chatting with NOHFC back and forth about, and we're hoping to have an answer before spring to go ahead and proceed with that work.
you. Okay, thank you. Any other questions in regards to capital? No. Okay, now we're at the landfill site.
Yeah, look it up. Say it.
So I guess the big change from last year to this year is the soil. So we're not budgeting.
You're not
Uh,
budgeting according to this year's?
No, we're not carrying that number forward. I mean, I'm kind of upset now because I actually had a benchmarking of waste diversion in class. And we were the kings because we were negative where everybody else had costs. So I'm sorry, Chris, because I should have put that up because, you know, like I said, we were negative in terms, because we make money, even in previous years, we've made money more or less on the landfill, so.
Yes, under that soil is that last dose that we got included in this, is that it, so there's still another large sum. What was that?
There's a sum coming.
800,000 or eight?
Maybe 640.
640, okay, that's still target to come, okay.
Yeah.
I thought that, I said, okay, keep that there. Okay.
So anyways, again, so the salaries, they've been distributed between north and, so when you see two of each, it's basically we're distributing costs north and south. Right, so we're trying to divide the costs up north and south. Again, the salaries, just, I don't believe, Director of Operations, correct me, I don't believe there's any substantial change in staffing levels for next year. He has identified some items that need repair and maintenance. I'll let him speak to those. But like I said, overall, the costs are fairly consistent between the two this year and last year. So
was there any questions
Any
of
questions?
the Director of Operations?
Yes, just
Councillor
on
Hess?
on the wells now that we're expanding into lot 14 and so on, do we have to put some new wells in there again? Is that gonna come under capital maybe?
Through the chair, we're not planning on any new wells into lot 14 as yet, but the pre-engineering lot addition MTO impact for the $100,000 would tell us where those wells have to go once we do a geographical survey.
In capital.
It's in capital.
Okay.
There is no change to the wells as they currently exist for 2026 proposed. It's just our annual monitoring that we have to cover off.
Thank you.
And Councillor Peacock?
To the treasurer, with regard to the property taxes, now that the municipal south garage is not on the same property as such as the garage, do we still have taxes associated to the south landfill? I know we never did for the north, but for the south landfill, we had a tax bill to ourselves.
Yeah,
Monthly?
I'll have to check. I'll have to check what I got from MPAC for the assessment on that. But if we did, like I said, it's to ourselves. So
And then, perhaps Director of Operations can speak to this. With regard to recycling, we were having a chat at lunchtime. I note that a neighboring municipality had advertised that we can take glass and all kinds of things as of the 1st of January. Do we have any changes in our recycling? No?
Through the chair, we're not proposing any changes to what we collect.
Okay. And the other question was with regard to landfill tablets, keyboards. Does the existing one that we have, does it work or is this an upgrade to what we have?
Through the chair, about 6 years ago, we bought 2 tablets. They reached end of life. So
Mhm.
it's upgrading the 2 tablets to carry on all of what we do.
And, okay, thank you.
Councillor
One
Dick?
further question, your culvert, is that on Spence Road going into the landfill or are you doing that right inside the landfill?
Through the chair, that is inside the landfill. That is west of the current tipping face. When you get to the tipping face, if you look west, you see a ditch that was done up about 100 meters away from our current tipping face. We're proposing to put a cross culvert in there and go over top with landfill.
Okay.
So we can carry on west. Part and parcel to that is lobbying heavily for the ravine to be used. For
Yes.
those that have been to the site in the last 2 weeks, the ravine has been cleaned up again because there seems to be a flavor with the MOECP to let us go there based on the proposed impact. Not saying it's a win yet. If it's not a win, then I'd like to put the culvert in to carry on west because we don't want to be playing with building cells and berms when we potentially we'll be down into the lot 15 and 14 area with development. So I just want to carry on going west if that's possible. It's either get the ravine or put the culvert in.
Yeah.
That's how had a discussion with the MOE.
It's done on Saturday, Wild Water Space. Okay, thank you.
So sorry, go ahead, Councillor Peacock.
Okay.
No.
I had a capital question, so.
Okay, I'm going to go with capital
Good.
now. So-
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So in terms of capital, we have the traditional landfill closure transfer from reserves for that. And that's the only transfer or only reserve amount we have so far. Yet based on what you decide for capital, may be appropriate to consider others. I'll let the Director of Operations speak to some of the specifics, but the real unknown that we have here, and Councillor Peacock kind of indirectly mentioned it, is that January 21st of 2026. CMO should be completely responsible. And we should have an agreement in place for CMO or with CMO on how to deal with the non-eligible sources, and non-eligible is commercial, industrial, agriculture, institutional, those type of things. We have reached out to CMO, and we have not received a response. We've received a response, but hasn't been a response with what they intend to do. So we're kind of unknown there in terms of what they would charge us to just manage those as part of the regular program. So that's an unknown there. And so that's I had another thing I was going to say, but I lost my train of thought. Anyways, if I do remember it, I'll get back to you on that. So we have, I think we have an alternative in here that we may consider, but also there is advertisements going out from CMO that are in our area about the new program, which does indicate that everything is to go into recycling now. But, we have not received that information from GFL as to whether or not they will be taking everything. So what CMO puts out and what GFL does on the ground may be different things. And so we have to be cognizant of that. So, so like I said, so what we decide in terms of program and funding, we can look at that. That's all.
Any questions, Chris? Oh,
Do you want me to run through the capital, or you got?
yeah, yes, go ahead, please.
So as I mentioned, the $100,000 is an pre-engineering for the overall lifespan of the landfill based on a potential MTO impact coming to us April 1st or May 1st, whatever their timeline is. We have some engineering and some topography to do to come up with an overall site plan for that site. As John just mentioned, we have not received back from our service providers, so we've incorporated $15,000 into 2 used bins that will be set aside for commercial, industrial, and agricultural recycling. We have a 2025 report of shape of 3 or 4 existing wells that need some attention in our existing inventory. We've gone in and cleared the roads to get over to those sites there now, so that has to be done in 2026. Getting lots of public comments in regards to the Berry Drive roadway. So we've put in the opportunity to pulverize and surface treat that road. Same with Spence. I do know that based on what MTO wants to do, it's hard to say what the timeline is, but Spence is at that same point in time. So both roads would be redone as far as the capital outlay. The culvert I just alluded to is either yes or no. If they give me the ravine, then it's a no. We won't be doing that. And the $10,000 outlined for the hydraulic cylinder has got to move down one. It's for carryover for the roll-up doors north and south that wouldn't be completed this year. The cylinder was done at Toromont currently, so that's a wrong entry. It's got to go down one line.
Okay.
And I will be doing the clay hall for capping phase 1 at the south this year. That will come to fruition. It's about 3 years after they predicted it would be, and that's related to us having a landfill compactor.
Any questions on the capital items? And Councillor Peacock?
Thank you. Again, back to the resolutions that we had passed throughout the year. We had compactor repairs for 93,601 in tax, as well as the tent purchase and installation. Have those items all been captured to
Tent
date?
purchase and installation was done.
Is it shared between the two? The north and south landfill?
It should all be at the south, but the expense should be already in here somewhere. Once the council resolution passed.
It was 10,000 to the north and 10,000 to the south for the tent. And then,
The landfill compactor is currently sitting at Toromont. It left on November 1st.
Okay. So the, looks like the tent is in there, so
The
Okay.
tent is in there, it's captured under site maintenance.
north and south?
It sits under, well, the 27,000, I believe includes from south, I believe includes the
The repair or the installation rather.
installation, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions?
Sorry, but the landfill site cards, are they captured in administration or in landfill?
Landfill, their punch cards 4293,
Okay,
second last item on your
okay.
operations.
And was that 2833? Is that,
6833.
I'm sorry, 6833? Is that for the ones for earlier in 2025 and because we've now got the 2026 available? so-
Yes.
Okay, just to carry over from one to the other.
Any other questions? Thoughts, comments? Oh. Yes, Councillor Peacock?
Sorry, light bulb just went on. The soil, the actual is 4 million and some. But then didn't we take that and invest it? So where does that show in the budget?
Well,
Here,
Well, we haven't invested it yet.
okay,
But when we invest it, it'll be in 2026 because of, by the time they approve us to join the JIB and all that kind of stuff. But it will be money that's coming off of our balance sheet from our cash account into another balance sheet item. So it wouldn't actually show up in here. It'll just be changes between two balance sheet items.
so it's not like a transfer to reserves and then out of reserves, it's,
No.
no, okay. I just wondered how it was tracked.
Okay,
Well, I mean, we could transfer to reserves and transfer out, but it's just a transfer between two balance sheet items.
any further questions? No, okay, then we move on to library. I think they were coming here to speak to us.
Okay. Is somebody here?
No, I
Oh.
don't see him. No, it's Dawn. I was told, Maxine told me Dawn was coming.
All right, I guess it just, we don't want to consider where all of these items are coming off the levy is I guess my question. I got, I'm not,
It looks like it's, well, some, there is, as one.
75 is the cap, that's a consistent one. But the other items, the whatever the seven, the other 320,000 is,
About 1,000 more, no, 5,000 more. Oh, I see, their operating grant went down, that's why.
no, I'm sorry, I'm still talking about landfill.
Oh, we're talking library.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm still on the landfill.
Still got
You
questions?
guys skipped ahead of, well, none from you, but one from me.
One from you, well, you gotta answer your own question. not your own-
Well, I mean, I can't answer my own question, but I'm just to
Okay.
Counselor Viss's point,
Go ahead.
we're not getting any farther from 146%, I guess. So, so is there any, like, are all these items gonna come off of the levy, these capital items, or is there any other funding thoughts?
Or is this an information session only?
Is this an information session only, and then next time we're gonna answer that, or? I guess.
Just got a suggestion. It's already 2:15. Maybe we can just continue going through and just discussing all little items. Then we should come back on Thursday and then we can
Okay.
talk about how we're going to
Yeah.
manage the 147%.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you, you're on my side.
Just at the end of the meeting, you're gonna be like, well, where are we now? And I'll be like,
We're at library. I don't know where
140.
you are, but I'm at library.
Still there.
40,
You're still yabbering about the one before.
Okay, all right,
Sorry.
library,
That's why I said there's only about, there's $5,000 or so difference, but they're losing on their operating grant. That's what comes from the provincial government? Or no, they gained 5.
they gained,
4,000.
they gained 4, and that's what comes from us.
Yes.
Yes, that goes from us, right?
Sorry, there's.
Yeah, so, I haven't received anything, so these are, with Maxine retiring, I'm assuming the new, librarian is learning the ropes and getting into this and stuff, so,
So this didn't come from them or?
oh,
Oh, we don't have
This
one.
came from the library.
Board.
This came from the board.
Oh.
I've been to
Okay.
meetings. I don't have the detail in front of me. So I've been in the
Okay.
event. The board chair would be here, but.
okay,
Yeah, I don't want to speak as to why the grant, we're requesting a slight increase in the grant. I'm guessing mostly, I know we had talked and it had come up to this meeting also, but, the library staff on overs. Slight increase. Other than that, I mean, it's not a huge difference,
Well,
so.
really, at the end of the day, they got $4,000 more income, they got $4,000 more expense, so they stay exactly well the same way they are. So what are you gonna discuss on that? I mean,
Do they have a reserve fund? The library?
I don't.
They have their own, they have their own bank account.
yeah, they have their.
We don't go
bank
through
account.
this.
It
So
wouldn't be
I
on.
was just wondering, I've asked that question before too.
They're not on our books.
No.
They show up as like a, as a,
Yeah,
they're-
it's
but
just that,
Agency.
yeah, as an asset, they show up as an asset on our,
because, you look at some of these things and they didn't spend as much money as they were going to. So I'm just asking, do they have a reserve fund? If they have a reserve fund and something comes up, then we know they have something to draw from. That's
Yeah.
the only thing I'm asking.
yeah, I suspect that they do, so, yeah.
Yeah, because they never come back and say, oh, you gave us too much, we'll give you 5 back,
No, they
so
never-
we must put it somewhere. Yeah.
Just one question, when we have the library rentals they're supposed to come back from the library as revenue for both the Murillo and the Roslyn Hall, but there's nothing been allocated for 2024 or 2025. Did we not receive the rental for the halls from the library?
So we do, and Beth does those at the end of the year. So I'll get the numbers for Q4. And then this is what happened probably with 2024 was got the numbers after this was done. So we do it at the end of the year. Beth gets the numbers and invoices it back and forth. So
They're just an in and out.
it's an in and out, yeah.
Out, yeah.
And also, just a thought that perhaps security be considered for the library as well. In a working alone kind of
For the
possibility.
cameras.
Murillo or Roslyn or
Both.
both. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's
If you
Have
ask,
that discussion at boards.
if you're asking and adding a few more cameras to the deal, the price shouldn't go up that much more.
Based on. Sorry, it's based on the logistics of each individual building.
Right, yeah, what they have to do, so you'd have to get them to check.
yeah, exactly. I don't, Murillo probably would be easier than Roslyn, but I'm not guaranteeing that. So I can send that to if you're interested, I can send the request to Greg at T-Baytel and
I think you.
have him give me
do that,
numbers.
and maybe you'll have them before we finish the budget.
Specific to Roslyn, there is a camera that faces the front door. That's a library initiative. I don't know who gets that feed.
Oh. That's the library,
Yeah, it's not mine.
One of those blank ones or something.
No, it's got a cable attached to it. It's been there for years.
Could be one of those Canadian Tire fake cameras.
They do come with the cable.
Yeah.
Because you stick it in. I'm not gonna say why, I know that. Okay.
Okay.
Next one is livestock.
Yeah, so livestock, you'll see the numbers are reduced, but at the end of the day, That's out the same. The livestock activity this year was much lower than last year. We haven't received the money from OMAFRA. But yeah, there's only been a few livestock claims this year as compared to last year. Was quite busy. So again, it doesn't, really matter because, we get $50 for at the, for processing these
Yes.
claims. And so, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
It could be just better maintenance of fields and,
yeah, I could just be the spring was better and the wolves don't have to attack the.
yeah.
The key to number of wolves out there, that's correct.
could
There's-
make a difference.
There's one less because I hit one on 61 on Friday, so there's one less out there. So you guys can, you and Alan and Bernie can
Rest easy.
chip in and pay my insurance deductible.
Just to stop when you see them.
He came across he's like so fast. I don't know if he was running from something or chasing something, but he came like right out of the dark, like off the side, and just before I mean,
It was a
I hit
couple-
him and
Yeah, a couple ran in front of me on River Road too.
yeah,
Slammed brakes pretty quick.
yeah.
That's one of them again.
So
Yeah, that was deer.
anyways, so that's where livestock is. Yeah, I've had we've got a new guy doing it. We've heard no negative feedback or anything, so he must be doing a good job.
Good.
So,
Mhm.
so yeah.
And Murillo Hall.
Okay, Murillo Hall. Yeah, everything is pretty consistent. Maybe the salaries just reflect the changes to the collective agreement. Plus there are additional hours. But I'll let the director of operations speak to the whole thing since
So through the chair, operating further report coming to council in regards to what things should be being rented for. Hall rentals is right up there again in regards to presenting that to you early 26. We also have an increase in caretaker duties there, it seems, where we are keeping it at a higher level. I don't know. I haven't heard a negative comment in quite some time. So whatever we're doing is right, but the hours are tracking up from what we normally do. As far as repairs and maintenance of buildings, we're just in the operating side. I don't know. The cleaning supplies that we're currently purchasing are just crazy what things are costing. So our supplies and our general materials are going up. Hydro, again, it's a $4,800 item budgeted, and we're trending half, but I don't know where that's going to go. I put a 20% across the board on hydro in all the departments, so I'm just going to carry the 5,000 that we normally have. Gas is higher than the 2025 budget is projected. The highlights that are key to all the halls and buildings, and including the museum that wasn't mentioned, lab testing for water, more robust. I said it before, our well investigations and how we handle water are changing, and what the requirements are is changing in our community services. And as well, the garbage pickup. There's been no allocation of garbage pickup for years at the Murillo Hall. I added it this year because the costs that we're getting provided to us from our provider are just astronomical. So I've started, there'll be a tender going out in January for bin services at all our facilities, Norwest, Roslyn, all of them. And there's some interest in locally to pick those up. They've been kind of sole source, so to speak, over the years, and that has to change because the dollars that are coming in are just getting crazy at these halls. I say the rates need to be looked at because our costs are going up appropriately. So it's we need to have more revenue to equal those costs, or have at least be aware, have the conversation that, to Councillor Peacock's point, maybe you want to call running a hall a council initiative, and that's fine. We can do that, but we need to recognize that these buildings need some ongoing maintenance. They need to be looked after, and those costs are going up. As far as the capital, the 17.5 is a carryover because it's not gonna get done before 2026 starts. That's still an NOHSC project.
I was in Murillo Hall and not too long ago, but I do see that there are things that, much as the work that was all done, there are things that are getting ruined again by the people that are using the hall. I can't understand how people can let their attendees to their event start breaking things.
Alcohol.
Well, and also children.
We're seeing an influx of those smaller people causing some issues, bigger groups.
Yes.
And we're dealing with it as we can through community services, and the current caretaker does a great job of trying to fix it as it happens. Don't get me wrong. But to your point, the floor, we spent some money on that floor. It looks good, but it gets scuffed up.
Yes.
It happens. It gets dirty, and we have you're not seeing the true cost of running halls when community services jumps in to help caretaker. We don't allocate those costs. We do put a bunch of effort into it.
And I'm not saying that the hall was not taken care of. I'm just saying the things I saw were actual damage.
True, and we get that,
Damage.
like the kickboard around the perimeter, it all come off, so we had to go re-glue it again. Well, all it takes is one kid to grab it, and next thing you know, there you go. So we had those issues. The nice part about Murillo is we have put the money into the facility. It is a nice facility. It's functional. It does well. The kitchen's great. And when we fast forward into Roslyn, you'll see the other things in other community halls that we need to look at.
Yes.
Thank you. Have we not had any well testing done this year, or it just has yet to be recorded?
Through the chair, well testing has been done this year.
Okay. Do you anticipate that the sewage lift pumps and piping, I realize it's covered under NOHFC, will that be more than, or has that been put out for RFQ or RFD or P?
No,
or
it'll be going,
whatever?
yeah, it's gonna be below that.
It'll be below that? Okay. And the other question that I had was the fire alarms and electrical. That was a carryover, right?
It's starting and it will be invoiced before the end of the year.
Because that was
83,000 and
yeah,
change.
89,000.
Yeah, it'll be done by the end of the year.
Okay, so then even though we budgeted 13, the rest will have to come from
reserves.
reserve?
That was part of that NOHSC report about how we were gonna fund all these projects. I
Mhm.
believe that was covered off.
Yeah. Okay, so it would come under revenue once the transfer's been made.
Yeah, that's from
Okay.
2025 though.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Ms. Counselor?
Yes, just saying on the hall rentals, and I hear what you're saying, but if you look at it, we got a 35% increase in hall rentals. So as soon as you have more rentals, you're gonna get more wear and tear. But if we're finding out though, that we're falling behind, do we need to look at the rental rate? Where are we compared to halls all over the place and one or the other, then we can try to balance out a little bit. And as far as the salary is concerned, if you only look, it's only 19% up and you got a 35% increase in rental, well, of course it's going to be, so it doesn't, but.
Yeah, so I to your point, Councillor Viss, that's exactly what we're gonna be bringing back again, is our rates compared to everybody else.
Okay, good.
Okay, and we're not looking to do more things, we're looking to do more money
Mhm.
and keep our costs in line.
You got the right
Mhm.
direction.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next one is museum.
We did.
You did that one?
Done that one.
PHP.
Next one is the Northwest Rec Center.
Oh, Northwest.
Yeah, from a high level, we're basically expecting full utilization of the arena for the upcoming year. There is one item that we need to, that the lease with the Walleye does expire in May of 2026.
Mhm.
So that is something, there's no change reflected in the use of the arena, but I don't even think that if the Walleye leave, it would be that big of a impact in terms of ice rental and that part of part of it. So, then for the rest of the operating items, they just generally reflect a 4% wage increase for the staff, increase in general cost of living increases in other items. So, yeah, so, and that's it for operating. So we're pretty much at the netting at the end of the day, consistent to where we were in previous years. So.
Yeah, just one question on the revenue side, like it doesn't balance out at all here. 23,285 and 24, we received 40,688.25 and you had budget 35,000. This doesn't make any sense here, all these numbers on the advertising.
Advertising?
Yeah, this comes back to the issue that we're going to discuss in closed.
Okay,
session
and that's
with
related, that's
advertising.
why it's, okay,
Yeah,
as long
yeah.
as that's what it means, then that's fine.
The
Because,
23,285.
yeah, if somebody looks at this, John, it just doesn't work out. I mean, it's way out of whack here, so something needs to be explained here. So, okay, that's good, thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Any other
Councillor
questions?
Peacock?
Yes.
Sorry, are we as far as expenditures then?
Yeah.
Um,
Sure.
we don't use propane there anymore? Well, is that because we're having an electric Zamboni or,
Through the chair, that's correct.
okay,
Any other questions?
I would like to point out the garbage pickup.
Mm-hmm.
Those are one of the items I'm talking about. And a lot of those, just so we're all aware, are related to our tenant.
Yeah, and the transfer to reserve, that's the capital that we're putting aside
Yes.
from, so that's just what that is.
Surcharge, yeah.
Yeah, so, and then in terms of, any more questions on operating?
Oh.
Okay, all right.
Wait, hang on a minute. Through the chair, also, the general contracted services represents a 25% increase because our Simcoe agreement is up for renewal May 1st, 2026. That's a 5-year agreement. So I've predicted a 25% increase, as with any other sub-trade we've tried to use over the years.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So I'll let the Director of Operations speak to the specifics, but our revenue is primarily driven by a number of grant applications that are being proposed. And then that also largely drives the expenses, except a couple of items are required that aren't covered. The lighting and the fridge door, but the 268 was a previous application that we put in, wasn't successful in last year. So, but those items have been brought back. We did the if you remember, part of the application included the upgrade we did with the condenser and stuff.
Yes.
So we've already done those, so they're covered off. But the other items, the discretionary items, if you will, are back again. So, and then an OHSC grant, which we're responsible for 25% of the cost. So. Councillor.
Yeah, just one question, even whether you get the grant or you don't get the grant, like spectator dressing room expansion. You just mentioned that the Walleyes contract is up next year. There's a lot of rumors out there that I hear that maybe they may not be back, and who maybe they will be, who knows, but whatever, there is that rumor out there. So something like that, I think we should need to hang on for a while, because why do expansion if we're only going to rental out to Northwest Rec and the junior and the junior leagues and the kid leagues, and then you don't need that space. So you only need space when you have the junior A or above or something like that in there. So
Through the chair, valid point, rumors on the street are rumors on the street. Again, these dollars were put in there based on performing functions after July 1st. This is not money we're gonna spend before we renew a lease by any stretch. This is a grant application. We're showing the dollars and cents so that if we do get notification in July 17th that it's a go, we have it in the budget so we can start the negotiation, bring a report back saying that the funding will be this.
Mhm.
This is not something that's gonna happen right off the hop in 2026.
Thank you.
Counselor Peacock?
Thank you. Did we not apply for that stage 2 and it was turned down?
Stage 2 has not been applied for as yet.
Okay. My question is, all the brown ones
Or NOHFC.
are NOHFC. But the 125 for potential land purchase isn't included
No, it's not.
in that.
NOHFC
NOHFC
doesn't
doesn't
fund
allow
land
you land.
purchases.
Okay.
And,
So I'm just wondering, color coding wise, it didn't fit in.
well, I guess it fits in that if we don't get NOHSC, we won't do it. As it's not funded by it, but it's dependent on the funding of NOHFC.
Could anyone elaborate with regard to that land?
Through the chair, I'd prefer not to, but it is go hand in hand with with the application being approved. We would need, there's no sense
Okay.
a 200-seat arena without more parking.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. Some things you can't discuss right now. Anything else? No questions?
Any other question? No? Planning and development, we kind of covered off.
Works.
So I have public works. Yeah, so in terms of revenues, most things are consistent with previous years. One thing we made a note of this year is that sale of used equipment. We've separated sale of equipment from trade-ins, so we don't make the same mistake we did last year. So this sale is simply the sale of equipment, so not the trade-in value. So that's why it's 200 last year and 30,000 this year. So trade-ins will be under Public Works Capital. Okay, so and then so that's other than that. Obviously, we haven't got the federal grant, the BCF funding, but we'll I'll get an update on that. And then yeah, other than that.
And the student grant also, you'll get an update?
I'm assuming we're not gonna get the student grant for this year for the engineering student. So we'll have to fund the engineering student position out of our own. We only got one last year. And I don't think we're gonna get more this year. I'll be honest, the criteria that they use to fund the summer students works against us because they are the criteria, the weighting is based on social demographic factors rather than
We can't meet.
that the municipality of Oliver Capunge would be harder pressed to meet than say a community and and within their diversity scoring. They diversity score us for long and short of it. So they're not set aside for our positions aren't set aside for specific ethnic groups or sexual orientation or any of those type of things. So we score low in terms of the diversity scoring on that because we open them up to whoever applies. So.
But John, earlier this morning, you said they were looking forward to granting students work and now you're saying no.
No, that's a different one. So that was NOHFC internship.
Okay.
So this is Canada Summer Job.
All right, okay.
So that NOHFC,
Okay,
yeah, so
because I
we got,
remember you saying they look forward to hiring.
yeah,
students.
so
Okay.
that's a different one. So that was the
Thank-
administration
Thank
position.
you.
So through NOHFC, whereas the federal Canada Summer's Job. I mean, we do have a new prime minister.
Mhm.
So his priorities may be different than the previous prime ministers. So
Mhm.
it's possible they may put less emphasis on that scoring system. But anyway, I'm trying to be diplomatic on an open mic.
This has been happening before though, eh, with the
Yeah.
students. This is,
Yes.
they've been going on this path for,
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
it's such a, it's almost like a waste of time to even, I know you don't hear that, but
I mean, it'll be on, like, it is, if we were to figure out how much time
Yeah.
that me and Amy have to put in on the applications, because we apply for like all the positions, and then all the reporting and stuff, yeah, we probably break even on it because they only fund, 50% of the provincial minimum wage for like 8 weeks, right? And we hire the students at higher than the provincial minimum wage for 16 weeks. So, but, I mean, you want every dollar that we get from them is a dollar less that the taxpayers of this municipality have to provide. So that's why we do it. So
Okay, Public Works, that was the income,
that's the revenue.
equipment.
So just generally speaking with the salary and stuff, that just reflects the wages. And the specific line items, it's perhaps best if the Director of Operations addresses those general maintenance, the materials and those type of costs.
So through the chair, the change in fuel is gonna go forward into the 2026 budget. So the units that you see presented, the 2026 budget are repairs, fuel and maintenance on those vehicles. The other anomaly is that we have a capital purchase in the QC actual for a float trailer that should go out of go down into capital. So that is a new float trailer. It might stick out $3,000 for budget with $63,000 worth of cost, so that needs to be corrected. Our consumables in regards to hot mix paving, guide rail repair, utility locates, spray injection patching, hot mix repair, are out of whack. 25% across the board seems to be the standard on our consumables. And as much as I hate to say it, we are trapping a whole bunch of beavers this year. So we see that going forward. There's the increase there as well. And those are the highlighted ones. The guide rail repair is up because there is 2 locations have been identified going forward into 26 and 27. We got to go fix some guide rail, some steel beam before those projects can be done the following year. So they're showing up in 2026 operations. Basically, our equipment across the board is the same. It's just accounted for differently in different items, and we're relatively flat on the operating other than those consumables.
With regard to the aggregate and items like that, do they not have to be allocated to the different projects? So then that in turn keeps our asset management in line. We know how much gravel or whatever went on to the roads.
Hasn't been done as yet as the last quarter of the year. That's our aggregate cost for the entire year.
Okay.
The aggregate, the dispersal hasn't been done to the capital assets as yet.
And so the same as the
Yes.
diesel, it'll be, because that was the thing when we ended up with those, with the fob system, that it was going to be done on a regular basis,
We
but
could print you off a report right now for what each unit uses. It just hasn't been done in this position as yet.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Would be silly to do it now when you're only a month
Oh,
away from the end of the
exactly.
year.
Yep.
Any other questions?
And same as the crack repair, sorry, same thing.
Crack repairs and maintenance issue. Yes, some of the dollars were to some capital jobs, but they haven't been dispersed as yet.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Capital.
Okay, so Just a slight correction. So you'll see, for the federal gas tax, we have option 1, 2, 3, and 4. The federal gas tax amount should be the same for all of the, for all 4 options. So that was just, an error in the formulas, somehow when I added those columns. But yeah, so, the big thing is, we have no Nords money coming in. This year. So that's kind of a big hit to us. And our OCIF is actually lower this year than it was last year. It's a long convoluted formula that Wayne asked them to double check and I asked them to double check. And they came back, assured us that it was correct. So anyway, we are too rich for OCIF. So anyways, but the big project is the highway 1117-130, which is a carry forward from the previous year with increased costs. And the loader, I believe was ordered, but is in transit, if I'm not mistaken.
Got off the boat this morning.
Off the boat this morning. So it may be here before the end of the year, but probably not. And then Cooper Road carryover, and then the rest are new. And then there is I'll let the director of operations speak to this different format, but basically there are 4 different levels of investment that you guys can mull over before the next meeting.
So through the chair, the standard CBTEL security systems across the board, all 4 options is presented. Railway crossing on Bolter is the next crossing to be performed with concrete pads. That's a budget price for next year, so it carries forward into all 4 options. The bridge rehab we've talked about in previous BCAs and bridge indexes. We got $400,000 worth of concrete works and miscellaneous bridge repairs across our 5 main bridges, exclusive of the Hearthstone. The Hearthstone, for your perusal, is there listed at the same price across the 4 different options as far as road management. In the event that the Hearthstone Bridge is yanked from the budget, the $100,000 below it is to go in to do a detailed study to gear up for a 2026, 2027, 2028 replacement, whatever council so chooses. Roslyn Village paving is a capital project across all 4 product lines. If we get into the scenarios, I'm just explaining how the numbers work. That is to do everything in the Roslyn Village from east of Vibrant Road through to McGregor, so to speak. All Rossdale, Pine Street, all those roads are at end of life. There's more patching on them than there is actual road bed, so they need to get redone. It's part of our program to get the hamlets done in the next 4 or 5 years. The 250,000, again, is very specific to the same one that was in admin. This one is related to the MTO coming to us and saying you need to contribute to Twin City Crossroads and Arthur Street, Twin City 11s, whatever you want to call it. We have yet to have that discussion with them. And we don't anticipate paying for the job ourselves, but I think it's prudent to put some money in based on a $2.5 million budget. I can't see us skating for free on that one, so to speak. Again, it's in there if they come to us and say, we need to do this. It gives us the ability to have that conversation with them. Communication improvements, we're looking at upgrading our tower system for our repeater. Sean's talked about it in regards to dead areas. We are getting a bigger dead area on our 2-way communications across the municipality. The infrastructure in place is getting to the point where something needs to be done. We're looking at that tower on Pole Line Road that went up to be able to access some usage space in that vicinity, either another repeater or increase the range of our existing hardware. We have yet to have that discussion. That's a ballpark price to improve our communications. Part of the BCA agreement, BCA and the condition reports of our building shows that the exit signs and emergency lights at Public Works are deficient, so we've added that into $11,000 across the board, or across all four options. Drainage improvements, we have an issue over at the Pennock Creek area, just off of the Vibert South, so to speak, in that corner. We have an issue we have to address there where the old MTO highway used to come through. Both culverts have been end of life. It's used more so as a fill station for some local contractors. I doing some research, that is our right of way, so we need to do something, and that's a fairly big pipe. So we put in, Public Works will do that job. That's to buy the culverts that's required for that crossing. Speed radar signs, as you can see, they're back on the agenda. We purchased them 4 years ago. Up until 3 hours ago, Wayne and I had a meeting scheduled for tomorrow with them. I think the mayor was involved. It now has been moved back a week to talk about those installations. So that'll be forefront of our minds to get them up, and these costs are required to put the bases in for the signs we bought previous. Now to the four options. So traditionally, I've come to you in the last 10 years and I've said, we need to do these roads, and we're going to do this one, and we're going to do that one, and we're going to overlay this, and we're going to overlay that, and we're going to fix that patch. And it comes up to a number of 1.2 million ballpark. So option number one for 1,189,201 is that program. Okay, that's traditionally the worst 16 roads that we have, and we go do it based on your approval. The caveat in the next 2 years is that we have no roads that meet our requirement that triggers a repair currently. There's no roads that meet the standard that we've developed through asset management that require an imminent repair. It's a great thing.
Yes.
Okay, we all had that feeling riding in the van. We did have that feeling where the roads are good. Okay. But they happen in isolated areas, Councillor Peacock. It's just the overall matrix of our municipality is in really good shape.
Sorry.
City.
Yeah, we drove over that one on purpose twice. But anyway, so that traditional program, as I put out, as I mentioned, is $1.189 million. So we see a blip coming in 2027 or 2028, where our current hard surface roads, traditionally the chip sealed roads, surface treated roads, this isn't paving roads. This is not paving, not dirt. This is surface treated roads that are existing currently today. In 2028, we see a $2 million blip where we have to do a whole bunch of those roads. That's what's coming due. Now, to Councillor Kampoff's point, it's just a guide. You don't have to do it. You can go ride it. You can play with the ratings. You can do whatever you want. It's a guide, but that's what we see coming down the pipe. So nothing for 26, nothing for 27, but 2 million for 28. That's what I'm here to discuss today. Okay. We don't, because of the component that Public Works puts into this program, because this is traditionally the Public Works program to get ready prior to the subcontractor coming to do those roads. If we leave no work done in the next 2 years and third year, there's $2 million. That's a huge undertaking for our staff to get ready. Okay, so had discussion with staff, how do you want to do this? Well, you know, another 3 years from now, everybody else gets another week of holidays. I'm not going to have anybody here in the summertime, so the roads aren't going to get done. So that's what they told me. Okay. So what I've proposed for the other options is we can do option number 2 is half of that traditional program. Okay. Or sorry. The 1.192 option number 2 is to go in and do this 21 remaining gravel roads.
Oh, I didn't know there was that many.
That includes all your dead ends. That includes everything that we talked about.
Kilometers on that.
Not much for kilometers, but it's 81 people, 81 residences. And to John's graph where we show 6 people per kilometer of road, it's pretty darn close. Because that's the math that we did this summer. How many houses for how many lane kilometers? So we can go in and do all the gravel roads in 2026, and it's going to cost you 1.192 million. Add that into your infrastructure, gets added in, surface treated roads 10 years out, have to start redoing them. It's up to you. Option number 3 is do half our traditional roads, which gets them better. Okay, those ones that I used to bring to you that are just below or just above the rating threshold that needs to be done, and half the expansion. And we could do that for 2 years and it keeps us right on track. And option number 4 is don't do anything and put money into reserves to gear up for 2028. Included in this year's capital budget is we did the biannual inspections, and like I said, Hearthstone is what it is. I presented it again for the 3rd year in a row. And if you flip the page, you see the $900,000 transfer. Asset management plan, which is option number 4, that would go in reserve to back years to gear up for the 2 million in 2028.
Thanks, Dan. Would any of this involve that new funding they're talking about for patchwork and all that?
Through the chair, just to briefly, we've looked at that program and we are going to apply. It seems like we're going to get somewhere in the neighborhood of between $30,000 and $38,000.
That was per
Yeah, but it's not, it has to do with your maintenance, not necessarily your expansion.
no, that's what I'm saying, like,
Yeah.
it's for maintenance.
Yeah.
And each one's supposed to be 30,000 per.
So currently, right now, we spent $60,000 on pothole patching exclusive of capital work this year. So it won't even cover our operating.
Yes, communication, small as it is, only $27,000. The last contract Wayne and myself had with the Thunder Bay Police, we were paying the total amount on that communication thing that was going off those towers, and we convinced them that there's a benefit to you people, and we then start sharing that cost. Remember that discussion? If we're gonna build this up so we can cover dead areas, that will be also a benefit to the police. Again, we need to bring that up with them and say maybe they can pay part of that 27. Well, if we have dead areas, so do they gotta be dead areas. So, and they acknowledged, yes, that they did take advantage of that communication from 61. And then they were willing to split that cost with us, which they did. So that brought this as small as it is, but even if they would pick up 30 or 40% of it, that's 13,000. Just something to think about. I don't know the context in for a bit, but I mean, it's worthwhile saying, hey, we're going to upgrade the communication. There's an advantage to you folks, and see where that goes.
I think they might be interested if it helps them with the dead areas in the city. But I think if it helps us with dead areas in Oliver Papoose, they would say that they would need that for part of the contract that we do for covering Oliver Papoose. That it, do you know what I mean? Like, but we can ask him. It doesn't hurt to ask.
We convinced them the last time, so that just struck me, and I thought, well, if that's the case, it's worth asking. Say, look, if we're going to upgrade this communication, they may say, too bad.
Yeah.
But why wouldn't you ask them? Oh my, millions.
So,
Sorry, Bob, go ahead.
no, no, nothing.
In February of this year, we had money allocated from the reserves for the plow and chassis. Did that all come in and we've got all that? We're up and running on that? Okay. And now with regard to the Twin City Crossroads, the resolution from April said that we were going to use NORD's funding for that. Where's the NORD's funding?
That is in, we haven't done the final transfer yet, to transfer it out of the prior year. That'll be done as part of the year-end entries because it was unearned deferred revenue in 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. So we'll do a year-end entry to take it out of deferred revenues. So if you look in the top section, you'll see there's 134,368. That's what we got for NORD's funding this year because they actually reduce the amount of money we get by how much interest we've earned.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then this 545, 880 will be part of the year-end journal entries to remove it from unearned / deferred revenues to earned revenue and to cover the expenses there. So it's not going to show up in this item or in this budget. It'll be an accounting entry.
Because it said we were gonna take $682,075 from Nord's funding, so I
Yep.
couldn't find it in
Yeah, if you take
reserves
that-
or here or.
If you take the 136 plus the 545, that's the 682 or 681, but when you round
Okay.
it with the 682. If you take those two items, so if you look at revenue at the top of the
Mhm.
page, there's 033.
Okay,
0333.
Yeah.
So that's 136 of it. And then the 545 is below it.
okay,
So you take those two items, that's where the 682 comes from. We had originally planned to use the Nord's funding for the Twin City Crossroads project on 130, that's
Mhm.
1 million.
Mhm.
But speaking with them, they were quite adamant that since the project, the funding ended, the money had to be spent by the end of 2025. So they wouldn't let us. I mean, at the end of the day, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another, because we would have just had to fund the other side of Twin City Crossroads with the levy anyway. So it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. They just made us take the Nord's funding in 2025 and use it for that project.
now with regard to the other half of Twin City Crossroads. In April, we said 781,168 would be the carryover to 2026
Yep.
for. But that
Yep.
project is much more now, correct?
Yes.
1,084,415 represents the unit prices received in 2025 applied to the contract work for 2026.
That's the
It's what-
20%.
It's what the market
construction
showed
inflation.
in our bid in 2025, and I applied it through to our quantities for the next phase. So no sense carrying 781 if I know it's gonna be 1,084,000.
For sure. And you know what my next request is going to be is please can OCIF funding go to the water?
Again, it can. We haven't got to water yet, but I think the water budget's much lower, so it wouldn't use the capital for the OCF wouldn't use much of would cover.
We can play
We could
catch up,
put-
can we not?
We could
I
put,
wouldn't
no,
say playing catch up at Rosin Water as yet.
Okay, could we please apply it all then?
well, I mean, no, because we can't go back and apply it in the past.
No.
I mean, I guess we could go back and apply in the past, like in terms of our own internal accounting. But in terms of restating the statements and stuff, we wouldn't do that.
No.
So we can apply it going forward. So when we get to water, I can't remember. I think it's the capital budget is much lower. Anyways, whatever it is. Oh, it's 250. So we could in theory apply 250 of the OCIF to the water. Yeah, that's not an issue. So of the 570, 250 could say 320 could be left here and 250 could be used in the water if that's the way if you choose to do it. At the end of the day, it doesn't change the 146, but it does change the presentation for the people in the water. So. Yeah, so. Maybe that's part of the discussion that we have on Thursday when we kind of take more of a scalpel to this. Or an axe in Alan's case, or chainsaw maybe in Alan's case.
Could I make a suggestion for Thursday?
For sure.
Just take out Hearthstone Bridge. That makes everything look so much better.
Well, I think the whole council should vote on that.
That's definite.
This is just something I'm saying. Maybe the rest of council agrees with me.
Yeah, no, I mean, if, show of hands.
I think we done that the last time too.
Yeah, I think we've done it.
Okay.
I mean, I've only been here a few
We
years.
don't have $9 million and we're not gonna borrow $9 million.
Everybody's done it. Yeah, yeah.
It's
yeah.
just,
And
I know
I've,
I know it's in the asset management and I know it has to show up here.
yep,
My suggestion is that we again defer it till 2027.
Yeah. And I think I think a few of my slides had numbers with and without Hearthstone, so.
But in the end,
Anticipated that, yeah.
in the end, what is the solution?
That's up to the people at this table. As
Right.
administration, we keep showing you that it's out there, and it's up to the people around this table to decide.
Unless the government comes up with some massive bridge building funding. You know,
We can't make it a heritage bridge, right?
no. but I'm
You don't
Don't
want.
want to make it a heritage.
Oh.
That's the
Big
last thing,
Whitakers.
because then the cost will go from 9 to 20.
Mhm.
25.
Through the chair, I appreciate the honesty. There is an opportunity with the 100,000 to make somewhat of an RFP, design, build, finance. There is opportunity, hold your prices for a year. You know, there is those type of things when we put that out on the street for a proposal. We should look more, just not at the engineering side, but actually look at what it's actually going to cost. These estimates have been thrown around since 2013, when they had the public open house at Norwest Arena. That was at, I think, 4.8 or 6.2, something like that. I have rumors on the street that I can get a steel Bailey for 5. Like, we need to really focus in on not just what we want to accomplish to fix the bridge, but the timing. The timing is key, because then we can put something into an RFP that says, we're gonna do this in 2027 and hold your price for 200 days. We can write those things down.
Mhm.
There is flavor on the street for design, build, construct. There is flavor for that. And it's probably a lot cheaper, in my opinion, to do the process, come up with contract documents, hire a contract administrator, and then go for tender. I think we get more bang for our buck going to the local market that is capable of doing the job.
Mhm.
But there has to be a flavor around this table to say that's what we're gonna do. We can't go to the market and say, hey, we're gonna do this in 27 and then pull it.
No.
Doesn't work well.
The problem is, until it's clearly defined, you can put from my forestry experience, you can put a span across that river, for, like way, even less than numbers Chris was giving you. But if you're going to use the existing abutments that have to be repaired, all that kind of stuff, if you're going to use the existing approaches, that limits your options, right? So it's, if you're going, how much, like what you're going to limit the traffic to, all those type of things. So even like the design build, might even be premature, because it's going to limit you to a fixed set of options. Or like I said, if it was open to all, like then you could, if you had a completely different approach to the bridge, I think you can get it, like that's a narrow part, but if you're using the existing concrete abutments and stuff for the crossing, and then you're in trouble, right? So I think it's got to be a whole even more open than the director of operations suggests.
Well, and Chris had mentioned before as well that it's not so much the bridge, it's all the background things that have to happen, whether it be M&R, Conservation Authority, all those kind of things that are going to cost us, correct?
Oceans.
Yes.
Out of the Waterways Act.
Yeah,
What do you
all
want
those.
to see for?
Sorry, what do you want to see for end result? Do you want 40-ton loads going across it? Like, that all has to be decided before we can go out to the street.
Yeah.
Councillor,
Well, before the meeting,
anything now open to can of worms?
before the meeting started, Wayne, I just had a brief discussion over, and I said to him, I said, that bridge, the way it is there, we can't do that. That just takes it out of, it's probably the widest part. You can bring that waterway down halfway to what it is, and the water still could flow through there. You could see the rocks all the time when the water's flow. So how wide you need the thing? And besides that, look at how you can bring the two slopes down, so you got only half a bridge to build. And what's wrong with those big cement concrete things that go so wide? Put a number of them in. But again, there's all these ministries, they'll all have objections, I'll tell you that right now. But we could build it for less than half if we can do it the right way, because you could slope that way down. You don't need to be half a mile up in the air with that bridge.
Well, that's one of the questions. How much clearance do you need underneath the bridge? If you're putting a
Well-
baling bridge in.
Well,
You're,
as long as you're higher than the rocks, because that's
Well-
about all it covers in the spring for a month.
until somebody comes kayaking down the river and complains or whatever, right? Those type of things, right? So.
Well, you won't kayak over those rocks.
No.
Anyway, just to suggest,
Yes.
we had a brief discussion. There's so many options you should be looking at. The worst is the bridge the way it is there, if you're gonna build it out there, that's the most expensive one you ever you'll have.
That's it. And that was my point, which is
Yeah.
not, is to look at, right, start from a clean slate,
Yeah.
which is my point was.
That's what you
Then
think
you start
need
from a
to do.
clean slate.
That's all right, and that's good, but that's not gonna happen this week.
No,
So we could pull it,
pull it.
well, at
Okay.
least the next 2027 budget, and then you have a whole year to decide what you want to do and look at.
What a good idea. Put it out till next.
Once in a while.
What a good idea.
No, but I mean,
Okay,
it's,
so I think it's agreed.
it's a non-issue. It's nothing we can do.
Scratch that, yeah.
So,
But the idea, I think, what are you
just-
doing with 100,000, eh?
yeah.
Well, that's the thing. We need
Yeah.
to start, we have a report that's not good.
Mm-hmm.
We have a report that's gonna get regurgitated again in 2026. It's gonna say the same thing that 25 says.
Sure.
It says we're 2 years away.
So,
So the 100 grand is gonna specify what the municipality wants, how you want it to look, what are we looking to get across, timelines, and what do we want? Do we want 4 lanes with a walking path? Do we want single lane with a walking path? Do we want 40 tons? Do we want to drop down? All those things need to be decided. So we can bring you back something that says, hey, it's actually only 4.8 and it takes 18 months to do it.
Okay,
there's one further suggestion, if I may.
no,
Close the bridge altogether. Talk to the 14 residents that's on the other side. What kind of a tax rebate do you want? And you use Locken Road.
It's an O'Connor, really, it's more of an O'Connor bridge.
no, we don't talk to
That
them.
doesn't matter to us.
Residents.
We're only concerned about the 14 residents that are there. That's all that's concerned.
Acres, because there's 2 in every driveway.
Through the chair, option 2 and 3 include that aforementioned road. So you see how these are tied together,
Yeah.
That's right.
okay? So
But we still didn't decide if we want option 1, 2, or 2
no,
or 3.
no, you haven't, and I appreciate that. I will make
No.
you aware that that's one of the roads that's left over
Yeah.
that falls under option 2 and 3,
That's right.
okay?
Will we still, should we go through with surface treating the roads that we have existing that are gravelled? Will there still be a need for the grader that we just bought?
Through the chair, given that the blip's coming in 28 in regards to what we have to do for roads, that road, that piece of equipment is key to doing that work in-house. To doing the repairs it's not as much obviously as laying, 16 kilometers of gravel and then surface treating it. But it is a key component of what we do in the program with Public Works. Yeah, we're not getting rid of a grader because we choose to do the gravel roads.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah. He's coming.
And Scarifier, it actually drops in and rips the roads. Where we've got bumpy areas, we drop the back end down and we rip it.
It's worth it. Yeah.
Just Walter. You have no clue.
Okay.
Lines yet?
Anything, any other discussion on capital?
So,
Okay.
okay,
Roslyn Hall?
Rutland Hall, be again, similar to, Murillo Hall. The revenues are up, reflecting revised pricing, suggested by the Director of Operations. And the salaries are up, reflecting, increase in, staff hours, again, reflecting, direction from the Director of Operations. So that's the long and short of it.
One
Yeah.
question, hall bartending, yeah, absolutely nothing there, 75-70. It's an in and out.
It's in and out. So, and the other part of, to Counselor Viss's question, that rate structure is not only just halls, but it also has to do with our user fee rates that are going forward at these facilities.
Mhm.
There's changes coming to that as well, and we're gonna bring that report forward, but bartending is in out. We get zero revenue for it. We basically process it and make sure it gets paid.
Okay,
the 4,000 refrigeration, is that for the bar or is that for the kitchen?
For your given a capital?
Where are you? Sorry.
Roslyn Refrigeration?
Oh, it's transferred from reserves and then you spend it again, so it doesn't, that was last year.
Yeah. it's
That was
like
this year.
Donation was it?
This year, yeah.
Yeah, that was this year.
Yeah, so we've, believe we picked up the new, coolers. They're in place.
Okay. I just wondered, about the kitchen upgrade. Are we still in regular expenses?
I thought we were.
I don't see anything to get it. It's the same almost as last year's.
Yeah, no, there's not, unless Councillor Peacock, you look like you have a question, no? Okay, all right, so yeah, we can go to capital.
Just
Uh,
one, yeah, just
Vince.
wondering about the,
So, yeah, so they're really, again, some of it's required, as if you recall from the BCA discussion that we had. And then some of it is upgrades to the services that we provide, so.
no.
Question on the flooring, pickleball did something, we said we weren't going to do anything to the flooring. What, I can't, that's all, just vaguely remember some discussion on that. Can you tell me where we're at?
The intense pickleball use has subsided.
Oh, was it left?
They built their own facility in by Silver
Oh.
City.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't build their own, they moved
took
into
that.
So they're out,
CLE
okay,
building there.
It's good.
thank you.
The kitchen upgrades, what where was that?
So through the chair, the kitchen upgrades is not the deep fryer and the hood and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
This is basically cupboards and countertops. Replace the fridge, replace the stainless steel sink, just basically a fix up of the existing layout.
Yeah.
But not touching the appliances.
Yeah,
the-
because
the-
it's not
the
used
nat-
a lot.
No.
No.
And is the septic field issue, is that just regular maintenance or is it a new field that has to be put in or?
We have an issue between vault number 1 and vault number 2 prior to getting the septic field that we have to go in and look for. There's 3 vaults leading out to the field. Number 1 and number 2 are not talking properly, let's call it that way.
You keep shooting things back and forth, right?
Well, no, they go up. They don't go out. So we have to figure what that is.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a partial redo of an existing field. And the 12.5 for the bar area upgrade coincides with the new bar fridge we did receive and we didn't put in, and there's a reconfiguration. It's a bar slash janitorial supply area that needs some attention based on how we do things at that facility. There is 2 old, I think they were donated back in the day, commercial fridges that are just being used for dry storage. They don't work. So we want to get rid of that, make the bar more robust because that seems to be the functions that are going on there, make it easier to use. And at the same time, reconfigure that back hall storage area that leads up to the bar to make the day-to-day operations a little bit better.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on the capital? No, SNIMS?
So that's pretty straightforward. Costs are fairly consistent and it's recovery from the from the ambulance people there, so.
Good. South Garage?
Okay, so the garage, we are going to rent it for the year. The lease carries on past the end of the year. So the hydro and heat and all of those are part of the agreement. So we'll cost recover those. So the only thing that we have with $3,000 budgeted for maintenance. So just, I think, just to do routine maintenance and stuff.
Okay.
Yes.
Any questions?
No, it's good.
Thank you. At a previous meeting, the hydro and the phone were not our responsibility. It was responsibility of the tenant. They were to be invoiced.
Yeah.
Has that happened?
We haven't sent the invoice yet. but we'll do it, in December for the year. We just gotta, we'll invoice them for 11 months. We're responsible for January because
Okay.
they didn't move in
Nobody's there.
until
Yep.
the 15th of January. So we'll send them the total for 2025 less the,
That's the
less
January.
January's.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
Anything else?
Streetlights?
Streetlights. So we're looking at, it's increase in hydro, which, again, it's just that's the cost increase for the coming up year. But the big change is the services in terms of how much it costs to repair them. And then Chris has identified 27 lights in capital, because it's only 2 lines anyways, in capital that we're getting received from the MTO as our responsibility. So I'll let Chris talk to that more.
Through the chair, we've carried this 85,000. Again, this is related to potentially after July 1st. MTO has been very adamant that they're going to be ours, and we fought back that we didn't request them, nor do we want them,
Right.
because they're all old and they don't meet the new standard. My guess is throughout this coming winter, when they start blowing out and nobody's fixing them, and it's already happening, that this is going to come to the forefront municipally with us again. I'm preparing to take those on. But we're going to get told they're either going to come down, and they are at intersections, intersects our side roads, but they're not ours. We've never maintained them. So there's a potential there for 85 grand coming our way, that if we do take them on, I'd like to get them fixed by the MTO first, and then that's going to be the negotiating point back and forth.
Yeah. We don't mind taking them over if we're getting a good product.
Yeah, through the chair, there may be some that, or maybe 2 generations back that, okay, we'll upgrade them all to this new Sentinel light, and that's, 60 grand, you guys kick in 20 and they're yours. But those costs are just gonna move up into our service provider. With the cost to maintain and run those lights aren't included in our operating,
No.
but they would be covered if we can negotiate down with the MTO, is what we're saying.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Would the hydro cost not then go up? Should we inherit these lights?
Right now, we don't want them.
Okay, so we'll leave it as it is.
Okay, and then Roslyn Village water system?
So the rates haven't changed. It's hard to charge people more for water that they can't drink, but so the revenue side really is unchanged. And the big thing is the Aqua contract, which is coming up again this year, I think, for renewal. And the emergency water purchase, which is significantly reduced, with the expectation that at some point that they will be, receiving potable water from the wells, the municipal water service. So that's it. Any questions? Yes, can speak on.
So we're not doing a transfer from the water?
Well, I haven't done that yet, but it would be equivalent to it would be $95,219 to zero out the account. So I haven't put the amount in, but it would be 95,219, assuming all of these costs go forward as is. So once we settle upon the final costs, then I will plug in the transfer.
And then we just approved 25,000 for hopefully the end of the arsenic plant project. But that
Yeah,
is,
previous council meeting.
yes, yeah. So was that coming from working funds reserve, or do we have anything in there?
That would coming from working funds reserved from.
Through the chair, it's all part and parcel to the 294 listed in the Roslyn Water Plant. cost to date, third quarter, 152,096. We budgeted 294. So as long as we're under there, we'll use that for the 25,000.
Maybe we can get 3 generators for the price of one.
Yeah, generators are expensive.
And you're
I see
replacing,
the, I see the advertisements for Generac on TV. Hopefully there's.
Through the chair, Generacs don't do 200 amp, 600 volt in two different spots. So yeah, they're a little bit different. So
Yeah.
yes, as is mentioned across the board, the electrical outage for 11 hours proved a whole bunch of stuff that we kind of knew and didn't know in certain places. Given the new arsenic side as much draw as it has, we've put provisions in when we built that place to the transfer switch has been installed, and and we have 2 independent plants.
Mhm.
So when there's a predicted power outage in the 120 kilowatt that's been there for 12 years, I believe it's been 12 years old, doesn't have enough capacity to run the other side. So I had to run down and rent another 7 kilowatt trailer mount to run strictly the arsenic side. So add the 2 together, that's 27. I put in a 40 in my budget, and the ultimate plan would be to airlift a 40 into that one and airlift the 20 out and bring it here. Both facilities have the infrastructure and the electrical panel capability to do that. Otherwise we're gonna have to do something with wiring the arsenic plant into the existing panel, which is at max already. That's why we went to a whole separate panel in the first place. We'd actually have to take the old plant and feed it to the new panel. And we're still be under on amps. They're 2 distinct things right now.
Just a question on that, Chris. When the hydro goes off for 11 hours, all of us had no water unless you had a generator.
Correct.
Why would we be concerned about 30 people making sure they have water with the generator? Now, having asked that, if the power's off that long, does that do something to the system that kicks back and it creates a whole pile of that?
So that's the fear, to your point. If we talked about generators 3 times today. So if there's 5 houses in Roslyn Village that are on the water system that have backup generator,
Mhm.
they can suck the pressure out of the pipe.
Okay.
That puts us into a boil
Okay.
water advisory.
That was my point.
That's the reason behind it. So we had to have the protections in place to not go into a boil water advisory, because we don't know how many people. Yeah, we could run around and see how many have generators, but it's be an ongoing battle. And all it takes, if this happens in July and one guy decides to start watering his lawn, we're hooped. The whole system's down, and that's 3 days and an extra cost. So when this planned outage was planned, as much as it was late notice, we were able to diagnose that, hey, we have to do this to prevent a BWA. Because it's the same at the house, like you've got so much in your pressure tank.
That's correct.
So you can cycle the toilet once or twice and then you've got no pressure. You do that in a water treatment system, you've got you got to answer to somebody, and it's not fun.
So again, if I may, now, that's probably not the route to take, but we all know how it works at home. When you take the pressure right out, if you don't click your switch on and hold it, you're never gonna there. Now, if we knew there was 11-hour outage and they said 6 o'clock, they said in the morning, or 7, we could have went there 6:45 and turned the main valve off so they couldn't suck anything out.
Through the chair, you're correct. Also, I will say that the arsenic piece of it was minuscule compared to us having the tank. We have, 12,000 liters available. And it's not so much about 11 hours in October when nobody's watering their lawn. It's about 11 hours in July when everybody is watering their lawn. We could have got through, in my opinion, and then I had this discussion with numerous agencies, that this is ridiculous because there's no way one Generac generator, let's say there's one on the system, would drain 12,000 liters of water in October. Just not going to happen. And their answer was, well, what if?
Yeah, what if? No. Anyway, you answered my question. I kind of had that feeling. The creation that it gives you at the end is way worse than, yeah, okay, I've heard you. Thank you.
Mr. Peacock?
Sorry, Chris, did you have?
No.
Okay. Replacing the south well.
Yep.
Is it,
Done.
it's done already?
Want to see the video? No, it's not done. We did our 5-year well inspection and the south well is pooched.
Do we have to relocate it?
No, we're gonna drill beside it.
Okay.
We can't relocate it because then we gotta go add on to the water mains.
Was the pipe gone?
The other casing's rotten. We have,
Really?
we have influx of water going into the pipe.
And you couldn't slide plastic inside of it,
That's one of the options. It's pretty tricky to do, but it's with,
which would be a lot cheaper than drilling a well.
true enough.
No one doesn't have any arsenic
That's what I was just gonna say.
We'll add it, so.
I was gonna say, what if that level changes now? Now you gotta redo everything again.
My other question is the meter system. We put all the money into replacing all the pipes and then we put everybody got a meter.
And we've been tracking the monthly usage since we put
Okay.
them in, and as John had said, it's pretty hard to charge somebody a monthly bill when they can't consume it.
Understandable. Moving forward, where will we be at? Do we know?
Through the chair, $8,000 in bottled water for 2026. We anticipate a report coming to council as soon as we can to show you what the monthly bill will be.
Hmm, Okay.
I forgot, what did we discuss today?
No, we solved the $9 million, or not solved it, we moved it, but it's still there.
The one question I forgot to ask was with regard to the Norwest, I think on the building inspection report that we had for Norwest, it did indicate that there were requirements to meet OADA for accessibility. Is that included in the?
We meet those requirements currently.
Okay.
We have both, we have both levels that are available, wheelchair accessible.
Okay.
Just can't go up and down between them, that's
I was
all.
gonna say, you have to go enter from outside, but
Okay.
Again, to the point that was mentioned earlier, I believe the people writing the report are probably in the business of doing these things.
Okay.
I have a resolution moved and seconded confirming the proceedings of this meeting this evening, today, it's almost evening, today. It's been moved and seconded, all in favor, opposed, carried. And one more. We have a resolution that's been moved and seconded to adjourn the council meeting on operating and capital budget at 3:30 PM. All in favor?
Yes,
Opposed? Carried.
my goodness.
Is it not 3:30? Then look down there, it says 3:30. I think you should get paid double.
Far away, yeah.
This is like
Maybe I
2
should.
day.
I
It's
better
like
look,
2
see what
days. We should
luck
have a
I have.
day.
Where are you?
But I am a single start.
We have to do it.
oh no, I gotta take the car store out.
I'm better acquainted with a co-worker.
But the first.
I don't want to.
Yeah, bring your book back on Thursday.
Yes, we'll bring our books back on Thursday.
Yeah, we're not doing a new one.
No.
Well,
I
we're gonna
will
discuss
do,
it.
it's up to you guys. You can bring your book
What?
back. And maybe I just redo the first,
Few pages.
piece with,
Yeah.
Hearthstone out.
What, yeah, we're gonna not do anything for 2026. We know that. So we will discuss in 2026, but that
I've heard some
100,000.
ideas on how
Yes,
to
yeah.
do this thing with reason facts.
I think that.
Is this on?
What's
Is this still on?
What's our?
What's your target?
And that was what I was going to say. That's an